Adequate notice that this meeting has been provided by the annual notice of regularly scheduled meetings of the Municipal Council for the year 2024, which was published as a legal advertisement in the Herald News and the Record on January 5th, 2025. Further notice of this meeting was given on Friday prior to the meeting by posting said notice on the bulletin board at City Hall and on City of Clifton website, which notice stated that formal action may or may not be taken on the matters to come before the Municipal Council. Roll call, please.
Councilman D'Amato.
I'm here.
Councilman Gibson.
Here.
Councilman Kalojay.
Present.
Councilman Latona.
Here.
Councilwoman Pino. Absent. Councilwoman Sadrakula.
Here.
Mayor Grabowski.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Good to see you, Bill.
Yeah.
Very
All right,
good.
thank you. Hey,
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
before we start, I have to get some things straight here. I want to reconsider my vote, for when I voted no, to the notice of, bargaining. I thought it was something else than what it was. That's why I voted the way I did. So can we, have a, vote again, please?
He's on the prevailing side. He was on the prevailing side.
Yes, I'm on the prevailing side.
Again, could someone read that though? Because I can make it.
Well, it's just
It
a
was
notice.
just a-
It was just a notice to bargaining.
Yes, it was no resolution, it was just to give authorization for the council to allow Flom, myself, and illegal to pursue conversations of notice of bargaining, which is the furlough and layoff plans. It's not the plan itself, it just allows the Labor Council and the administration to go forward with it. You did vote no on it last time. I believe several others did. But Bill that's what it was. So it was no formal action item, but there was a motion of no.
All right, so you want to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, Bill,
Roll call.
he's going to motion it, right?
Yep.
We need a second.
I'll second it. Motion, right? Yep.
I motioned it, yes.
Councilman D'Amato.
Yes to authorize.
Councilman Gibson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay.
Is this a motion to reconsider, or is this the motion?
The motion.
Just the motion, I guess.
Well, don't you need to reconsider it first?
No, we did it like this last time.
Well, then, I wasn't finished having a discussion on it. So
You
we-
voted the last time, there was no
I
discussion.
would like, no, there wasn't discussion.
We're in the
There was a
middle of
lengthy
roll
discussion.
call. We're in the middle of roll
Well,
call.
it would be helpful if I understood what Councilman Gibson thought he voted for 2 weeks ago, that he's now changing his mind this time around.
We're in the middle of roll
Yeah,
call.
but
I
understand-
object.
but
Point
I
of
understand
order.
what Councilman
No,
Blues
point
is
of
saying.
order, I'm sorry. We're
No,
in
so
the
then, all
middle
right.
of roll call.
We will do
We're
a
in the
point of
middle
order.
of roll
You
call.
would need a motion to reconsider first,
Right.
then a motion to move forward with what was moved at the
Whatever
last
we need,
meeting.
I don't want to have an argument over this thing. Let's just move forward with it.
Okay, so then
We didn't do it this way when Tony voted. When Tony voted something,
So
we
just
didn't
do
do it
whatever
this
we
way.
need to do. Wait, let me ask legal, do we need a motion?
The
to
rules
reconsider?
change every
Yes.
2 seconds.
It didn't change. We broke the rules last time, and this time we're not going to break the rules.
Legal said we need a motion to reconsider, so could I have a motion?
Bill, you're making the motion to reconsider?
I'll make the motion.
And
to
I'll second it.
reconsider.
Councilman D'Amato.
Yes to reconsider.
Councilman Gibson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay.
Yes, I'm interested in discussing this.
Councilman Latona.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrakula.
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski.
Yes.
So
Seven
what's the
yes.
question there? So,
Well, now you can make the motion.
I'll make a motion.
And what's the motion?
Notice,
It is to reconsider
We already did that.
my vote.
the motion for, leave him alone, come on.
No,
The motion is for the notice of bargaining.
Correct.
Okay, you'll make that motion then? Is that what you're making, Bill?
I'll
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll make
Now
that
you
motion.
could open it up, Joe.
Yeah, so if we could have the city manager explain what that is.
It is the tool that we use to go back to the bargaining units and the employee base to discuss the possibility of furloughs and layoffs. That is what is required by our Labor Council and was asked from Labor Council.
So my recollection of what you requested from us at the last time was to send out a notice that said we are initiating a layoff plan.
That is incorrect.
I'll look it up.
Okay. But this is the notice of bargaining, which allows us to discuss
Discuss what?
our layoff plan and the furloughs.
And the furloughs, I believe, are voluntary?
Furloughs are voluntary, and it can be up to 90 days per employee, and you have about an 800 member employee base.
So that's for this year.
No, it could be for it could be for 2026, it could be for this year,
Well, that makes a difference to me,
it's for next year. In my sense, it would be for next year.
because I don't think that was presented that way at the last meeting either.
I believe it was a collective motion to start the conversations of furloughs and layoffs.
Yes.
All right.
But I think that the majority of or at least the minority at that time, believed that it was to cut $3 million from this year's budget.
It's a tool that we use, and it could be utilized this year for next year. It could be utilized for next year, but it's an instrumental step for the process.
That makes it, 2025 and 2026 makes a difference to me. So which one are we doing?
Most likely will not be, if there's any negotiation and there's any layoffs, those layoffs or furloughs might go into 2026. And those layoffs might have 25 impact. But at the end of the day, I can't get those particular conversations or where to use it or how to use it and bring that back to council until we begin the negotiation.
So then what you're suggesting, or what you're asking for our authorization to do, is to figure out a way to furlough people in 2025.
That is inaccurate relative to semantics. It might be a possibility in 2025, it might be a possibility in 2026, but it would have to be brought back to the council relative to whatever plan that we come up. I don't see the savings. You're in your fourth quarter, you're a CFO. You know that the money has to, that number, regardless of the savings, would have to be sent to the state for an adoption or any kind of utilization in this year's budget. So you're not going to be able to put it into the budget, but it might be a surplus for 2026. It might be, it takes 120 days, 160 days to put these plans together. It might be something at the tail end of December into the new year. But again, it's just a step relative to a tool that the Labor Council and in-house council can go back and have the conversations.
And this is inclusive of all our unions.
That's why we need the notice of bargaining, and it's inclusive of the 31 or 22 non-union, managerial or executive staff.
So PBA layoffs or furloughs are on the table.
Correct.
Fire department furloughs
You
are,
have 800 employees, and a furlough program, a voluntarily furlough program can be implemented across the board.
Point of order, asked and answered. Can we have roll call,
no,
please?
I'm sorry, I want to be able to understand this, and I know that you want to shut down the conversation.
No, I don't want to shut down the conversation.
you.
You're asking the same question three
I'm not
different
asking the
ways.
same
Yes,
question.
you are.
I
You can
want-
ask.
Joe,
Go ahead,
you
sir.
Let me understand this correctly. 6 people voted to increase the fire department's pay, $10 million over the next 4 years, and now you're asking us to lay off the very people that we just gave a new contract to.
It's not what he's saying.
I think he could talk for himself.
I think that when you have civil service protection and you have civil service processes, you have to work through the processes. And it's the same as UPS, and it's the same as Yellow, and it's the same as other organizations that are now in financial distress, that you have to look at these options. And so if you voted no on the fire contract, and I understand that, but it's not only the fire, it's also your pension costs, it's also your health costs. It's going to be the same nomenclature that you're going to have to deal with your budget. So all it is a tool to negotiate, to come back. Any formal plan, any kind of release, any kind of separation, any kind of furloughs or layoffs would be the purview of the organization, and that plan would then have to be approved and sent to the state.
So here's what's troubling to me. You're asking us to essentially write a blank check. that we could have easily calculated at least rough numbers, what kind of money we would be talking about. 2025 is done, as you said, it's 120 days, it's 4 months, it's August. We're not going to do a furlough or layoff plan that's going to save any money for the 2025 budget. So it sounds to me like we're now talking about 26, and we're hopeful that maybe we can implement it a hair early. But the problem is that we're being asked to do this without any kind of data that says, here's where we think we're going to go. And so I really have a lack of confidence that we have an actual plan and that this isn't just posturing on our part to, a PBA contract that we awarded last year, to an FMBA contract that we awarded this year. And for me,
Well, you're 4 or 5 points next year anyway. So at with the points 525, 530, so you're $4 to $6 million going into next year anyway. And then you're going to increase relative to trash and increase all the other expenses and
I
utilities.
recognize that, and I also
So
recognize.
then there's your number. So you're looking at 6 million, 7 million, right?
So, all right, let's call it 7 million. Of that 7 million, how much of that is coming from the PBA? How much of that is coming from the fire
No,
department?
you won't know, and there's no need for me to talk to somebody. There's no need for me to go, right, when you go to buy a house, you get a pre-approval. Well, there's no need for me to go talk to anybody unless I have the authorization to go talk to them.
No, but there's a need for you to present to us, here's the
It
plan
is.
and the dollar amount that's with it.
And those
you're
numbers
asking-
were presented in various spreadsheets relative to what furlough costs can save. Those numbers are, again, those are morphic because there's no realistic conversation that we were allowed to have. There was no realistic conversation to have with any of the employee base to say, hey, I have the resources to do a furlough plan. I have the resources or the teeth to do a layoff plan. You got to be pre-approved to buy a house. You have to have some sort of nomenclature and strength to have to go into negotiation. You went into negotiation with fire with a certain number. We didn't let them go past that number. We went back and forth and back and forth, but you gave us interim authority to negotiate that contract. Now here, you're giving me no interim authority to a contract. I know, listen, I don't,
And that's my problem.
well, you're not giving it to me. So the problem is you're not giving it to me, but you want me to go to an organization and say, hey, listen, I want this. And they're gonna go, well, you can't even have that because you don't even have the pre-approval letter to buy the house.
So if we're gonna, forget buying houses.
Well, it's the same,
not the same thing.
it is the same thing.
It's not the same thing, and
Okay,
I'll explain
we can
why it's
agree
not
to
the same
disagree.
thing. We could.
Okay.
I know that when we go into negotiations with any union, we have a closed session meeting, we are presented with numbers, we talk about what goals we want from the particular contract in terms of getting stuff back. We usually see a proposal from the other side that says, here's the pie in the sky that we're hoping to get. We usually see an analysis of where those numbers are, and then with all that data, we're able to formulate, here's where we think we can land with the contract negotiations. Go forward with these in mind. But we have none of that for this.
And again, we can agree to disagree, and I respect your position and I respect your insight into the financial end of it, but on the nature of the personnel side and the nature of the necessity to kind of do it with regulation and regiment, this is what you need to do.
So 82% of our budget is DPW, police, and fire. 82% of our budget.
70% of your budget entirety is personnel.
So 18% of that is everything else. 18%. So, I mean, we're going to be touching everything. We're talking about layoffs for police, we're talking about layoffs for fire, we're talking about layoffs for DPW, and that's certainly something.
Well, that is
I'm not gonna
something
support.
when you come back, of course not, and I respect your position, and when you go to, if there is a layoff plan with a certain number and a certain level, that's when you say no. And then if we bring back plans and we bring back numbers and you say no, that's very respectful. I told you I'm not a big furlough and layoff plan guy, but if you don't have the tools and you don't have the resources, then there's no need to go and shop for one of these plans. And that's all this notice of bargaining is.
So then we will agree to disagree there.
Listen,
Because-
I respect your position, and I think you're a very intelligent guy, and I think you understand the nomenclature of the budget very well.
Mayor,
Yes.
at this point, can we, we have a full agenda tonight.
Yeah. We're in discussion.
Go ahead.
But I
It's
understand,
important.
but-
No, it's an important thing,
Yeah.
Mayor.
Thank you.
So what I'm understanding,
Go ahead. Well,
Mayor?
Yes, Bill?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask my colleagues, we're, and the resolutions with this, with the action items, need a final vote so that it's not repeated, which is going to help your meeting tonight.
so what he's asking for is not to vote twice. He's asking for anything on the agenda that you can vote on now, so he doesn't have to stay till 11:30.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether I'm going to be staying to the end because of some things that have to get done.
Okay.
But I at least want to talk to my colleagues and see how they feel about it.
Bill, I think, given your illness, and I think that's only fair. I think we should make that exception tonight. It's not fair to Bill.
And then it's on a resolution, we can vote now.
Yes,
We
and
have to
that,
do
we
it
don't
now.
have to re-vote on it at the end.
And you'll also have public session, so if you want to change your
Yeah,
vote, then you
okay.
can
Can
change
we,
it.
can we go back to this now, notice of bargaining?
Yes, Chris,
please?
Chris had an, Chris had.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Rosemary's up.
Rosemary,
Rosemary's up.
I'm sorry, Council.
We're still on the notice of bargaining.
I moved the mic, Bill.
so, good evening. So as I'm listening, this is my understanding, right? Because I was the last meeting on the side of the prevailing side that voted your request down, right? So my understanding is that what you're requesting, one can compare to like a rice notice, right? In order to be able to even have that conversation. A rice notice, and I've always said this, I don't know why individuals think a rice notice is a negative thing. A rice notice could be very positive, right? We can't speak about you in a positive light if
promotion
we didn't
or-
have,
right.
for a promotion or whatever, if we didn't have a rice notice. So with that, this is what I'm hearing, right? But at the end of the day, I understand where Councilman Kaloje is going, but I also feel, although Councilman Gibson and I don't always agree, I like to think in this case, the reason why he voted no was maybe the misunderstanding that what you were looking at was to do actual layoffs. You're
Correct.
just looking for that rice notice, which I am assuming that's why Councilman Gibson is now saying, let's give you the opportunity to have everything on the table. I can understand the reservation of Councilman Kaloje because what does that mean, have everything on this table? Historically, some of my colleagues have been a little bit more difficult, bless you, in getting other conversations talking about like revenue generators, right? So that would be my hesitation would be, okay, we give you this door to explore, right? But I think it's safe to say that there is no, I guess you don't have your 4 votes to lay people off.
Correct,
right?
though, that's a whole different plan.
That's
Yeah.
a whole different plan. But if you're going to open this door, what guarantees do we have for myself, Councilman Kaloje, whose revenue generators is important to, that you're also going to be actively having those conversations and not just saying we're exploring, right? That's kind of that balance because, at the end of the day, the reality is if there's going to be furloughs and layoffs, you need your 4 votes.
Correct.
Right? So you want to put everything on the table, I can respect that. But what guarantee do I have that you're going to take all the stuff that already department heads have given you as advice or their recommendations for revenue generators? And how quickly are we going to start implementing that? Because at the end of the day, we're going to continue to have this conversation. And the taxpayer, the people we're here to represent are the ones who are going to suffer, right?
No.
We lay people off, there's less services we can provide them, right? We don't get revenue generators, we're going to have to find the money somehow. So either we're going to raise your taxes or we're going to cut services. So
Yeah.
it's within our hands here, all 7 of us. So tell me what guarantees you have. What else are you going to do?
I
Excuse me,
object.
wait.
I
She's-
object.
still has
This
a-
has nothing to do
Councilwoman-
with
No, I
the
think it's
motion
a-
that's on the table.
It
Yes,
does.
it
That's
does.
a fair question.
It does
Let me,
not.
let me.
One at a time.
It does not. A layoff
Please,
plan.
Councilwoman.
I'm assuming you're proposing a layoff plan originally to figure out a way to balance the budget, yes? Well, you have different faucets to balance the budget, and we need to turn each and every one of them on. And the reservation that I have, although I want to give you the option, let's put it on the table. But I like to think it's not a viable option, but it will be viable if we can't get revenue generators in this town,
Well, I
right? So that's the reality. So, okay, what guarantees do you have that you're
So
opposing all
I'm
the
here less
votes?
than 100 days, right? And so over the 100 days, we've been looking at exactly that. You're maxed out and you need to start to bring in the revenues to balance your budget. The municipality can't make money, we balance the budgets. We've been looking at your pilot agreements. And so myself and Egan have set up with the new what's the name of the gentleman? What's this company called again?
The redevelopment attorney?
On three?
Andre or Prime? Prime,
Mr.
right?
Martinez.
We've been pushing them. We've been pushing the distillery. The distillery, we got the deed in lieu of foreclosure. The new company had just taken on. We met with that new company. They gave us a reassurance that 100 units were going to be on by October. Every ordinance in the city of Clifton has been looking at it for the revenue sources. We've been drilling down, and everyone that has an amount, we've been looking for that amount. We've been looking to update those antiquated. We're reducing the fleet. The fleet was a Gordian knot. Cars were purchased wrong. You have the wrong equipment. We've been getting close to removing those cars. We've been looking at your trash contract. So Tom having a full-time attorney here is fantastic. Andy's been fantastic. The contract was a hot mess. It should have been negotiated starting in January. It wasn't. You're at the end of the year, contract ends, you're gonna have to buy another year now, which brings you into 2026. So if you start to look at, we've been looking at the JIF, so your insurance costs are astronomical. We've been looking at your engineering, we've been looking at your recreations, we've been looking at code, we've been looking at parking enforcement. So, over the last 100 days, there may not be, except for this oration, the ability to articulate what we have been doing, but you are absolutely correct, right? And so I've told you, I've implemented the plans and I've been a victim of the plans. I don't like the plans, but they are a plan and they are a tool to let people understand. We've also been doing smart hiring. We've been duties to include. We've been hiring the right people. So now there is no such thing as a hiring freeze. I hear this all the time. You need the people in telecommunications. You need the people on the streets. Well, I thought you had a hiring freeze. It's a term of art, and it should not be used in this municipality. So you are absolutely right. It seems like 100 years for me, but it's only been 100 days, and we've been moving the ball forward relative to what you need to be done. And we're going to put a couple of these things on the board. You are absolutely right. We've talked about the parades, right? And you've missed the boat in your ordinances. And don't blame the player, blame the game, right? So if there's no fees associated with your ordinances to charge the people $11,000, $15,000 for these parades, don't blame the people. Your ordinances are out of date.
We're gonna fix it.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Go ahead. I told my 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I don't want to.
No, I was on.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussions? If not, we're going to open up for a vote.
Roll
We have
call.
a-
Motion was made and seconded.
Seconded, so we'll have a roll call.
Councilman D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilman Gibson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay,
I'm not in favor of defunding the police, no.
Councilman Latona,
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino,
I think that's an unfair remark to make on funded police because I don't think anyone is in favor of that. But with that said, yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula,
I agree with you, Rosemary. That was out of line. We spent a half hour discussing it. My vote is yes.
Mayor Grabowski.
Yeah, I can't agree with that, no.
So your vote is yes or no? Your vote's no?
And to clarify, my prediction is the administration is going to come back to us and tell us that we're cutting police.
But if that's the plan he presents and I'm not happy with it, I won't vote for it.
Yeah, it's a
I mean,
different
I
vote.
just want, I want something to look
No,
at.
I understand.
Can we move
So,
on,
yeah,
Mayor? Can we move on? Mayor, can we move on?
Motion passed 5-2.
Okay, so action item 1, authorization to approve governing body certification.
Move it.
Please vote no vote.
Objection.
Any other objections? Okay, one objection. A2.
So going back to Mayor Gibson, going back to Bill Gibson's, is this now a
Yes.
affirmative, right? So
Yes.
the vote is a yes,
Yes.
we don't have to do it during the roll call.
So R394-25 just passed with a 6-1 vote.
Gotcha.
So we don't have to do it for, right.
Got it.
Right, okay. A2, authorization to cancel balances of certain capital projects.
Move it.
Second, just for the public to know, this is 400,000?
Yeah, close to 390.
Out of the report we got of all these millions of dollars in these accounts, some of them go back to 2014. And I just want to plan from the administration on 2014 money to fix Irma Ave flooding, that money's there, and they've been flooded since then. Let's do the project.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay,
And the
so,
road is a mess.
no objections, Bill?
No
So,
objection.
right, so that resolution's taken care of. A3, authorization to approve a pilot agreement.
Move it.
Oh, second.
This is for, to
This is one of the
review
recommendations in your
Review from
study.
with the, about all pilot
Do I have a
agreements.
second
Yeah, I second.
Mr. Demotta seconded. Discussion?
discussion?
So it looks to me from the proposal that they're going to be reviewing past pilot.
Yes, past and going forward, correct.
So I
And
can
going
understand,
forward.
I can understand the going forward. You want to make sure that you're negotiating the best deal that you can. But are we going to be able to take any of the information that they provide us going backwards and renegotiate those pilots?
I would not know until we review them, so.
As soon as he's done.
No, go ahead. I'm a little
Okay.
stunned by that answer.
Not to answer your question, but as I followed other towns with pilot agreements, yes, you can go renegotiate. If that same company comes back to you to do another project, you can make part of the agreement to fix a past agreement or mistake, whatever you want to call it. So yes, you can renegotiate if and when, and we all know it's the same 2 or 3 developers that develop everything. So if one of those developers comes back and they want to do another project and we have a bad deal on the table, I know other towns who renegotiated their other pilots to correct them to make them more appropriate.
But I think what's important to understand is the history of these pilots. I think we have maybe 13 pilots on hand, Councilman, and 7 of them are for affordable senior housing. Like, we willingly went into an agreement with another developer because ultimately we're going to own the facility. They're providing us with the ability to avoid builder's remedy on affordable housing. They're giving us the ability to make sure that seniors can no longer pay their taxes, can sell their homes, and still live in Clifton. And so over half of those pilot agreements were with that intention in mind. So I'm certainly not interested in renegotiating something that we saw, or that I should say prior council saw, because you and I weren't here for that, but that prior council said, you know what, it's important that senior citizens be able to have affordable housing and stay in Clifton. And 7 of those pilots achieved that goal. And so if we're now thinking about renegotiating those 7 pilots, that seems like, that's not a goal I'm in favor of.
Well, when I look at those pilots on Main Ave, and I see, and I still haven't gotten a response from the administration, have we billed those units? Because I've yet to see where they are exempt from paying sewer fees. So that's 1. 2, when there's a pilot agreement that is probably costing millions of dollars into the school system. And just to be clear, I know these are nice words to say for the public too. It provides affordable housing for seniors, for less fortunate. But it's costing us and the taxpayers millions and millions of dollars in losses that were given the developer the agreement to provide this affordable housing. So I don't want to get into it. We got a busy night. However, for my colleagues to know, again, whether we can change the old ones moving forward, but I know Reagan is one of 3 developers that develops everything. Some of those developments are by Reagan. So if they want to do a future development next year, we can throw that on the table of, yeah, you may have got a deal for 150 units and exempt you from all this stuff and it's costing us millions and you're only paying 50 or 75,000 a year. But if you want this next project, we need to renegotiate that.
So you and I are sort of in the same boat, because back in June, I had asked the administration to send me the most recent pilots so that I can analyze it, because I can assure you it's not millions and millions of dollars that you're saying. And ultimately, I think we need to make sure that the public is informed and not misinformed on what we're saying here. But again, 7 of these projects are for affordable senior housing. 2 of these projects are for affordable housing for disabled veterans. 3 of these projects were a competition to be able to get in jobs for Clifton residents and to get a teaching hospital. So, the idea that somehow we're going to now renegotiate all of these things that have brought in goals that we've had in the past, and listen, I can respect that you don't share those goals. That's fine, and if you want to go and renegotiate, maybe you'll get 3 other people that agree with you that these things aren't important. But my point is that spending $15,000 for maybe we can renegotiate doesn't seem to me to be money well spent. It seems to me to be in the same category as spending $150,000 on a forensic audit, which didn't find millions of dollars of money. It seems to me to be on the same vein of commingling is going to generate all this great revenue for us, and then it didn't, right? So that's my point. Spending $15,000, given that we're now talking about furloughs and layoffs, seems to me to be counterproductive to what we're trying to achieve here.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just have a question, and I believe that I am right, to Tom and Andy. The forensic report is still listed as a draft report, so that is considered a confidential document, correct?
It's a draft report.
So it's a confidential document because it's a draft report. So it should have been posted on Facebook, right? So we can't discuss anything in here. So that's what I want to know because
Folks,
we all have
7:03 and we're on
answers.
A3.
Just,
Just
Joe, last
throwing it out
question.
there.
I just have one question.
Yeah,
Councilman-
A3 and at what time is it?
7:03.
You
Yeah.
said 13 pilots, 7 were for senior housing, 2 were for disabled vets, and would you say the last one? One?
The other 3 were related to commercial. It's what brought in the Quest diagnostic testing. We were competing with someone in Long Island, and we were competing with someone in South Jersey. And it also was required 2 pilots there to bring in the teaching hospital. So there was a pilot necessary for Seton Hall University, and there was a pilot required for Hackensack Medical.
So those
So-
two. Okay.
So there's 3 altogether on that site at this point.
Oh, okay.
And 7 that are for,
Okay.
So who,
All right.
we vote?
do you want to do the reviews then?
I don't,
Well-
You
I
want
don't,
any
Can we just
reviews?
vote?
Well,
Can we
well,
vote now? Can we
Okay,
just please vote?
We'll just,
The motion was
7:03 and
made
A3.
and second, so
okay,
roll
A3.
call, please.
Roll call.
This is to approve to hire Phoenix advisors to look at the previous pilots, to also monitor them on a quarterly basis and look at any others that come up.
Yes.
Councilman D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilman Gibson,
Yes,
Councilman Kalojay,
it's a waste of taxpayers' money, no.
Councilman Latona.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula.
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski.
Yes.
6-1, motion passed.
Okay, there's not a resolution on that one.
No.
Authorization to approve tax collector to lien properties.
Move it.
Second.
Question.
Question.
I asked at the last meeting to be provided as to the breakdown on how does the person who cuts the lawn
Yes.
gets to that number. So where is that, please?
We are working on that, right? And so we did pick up some anomalies, and by the time we picked up the anomalies of when the bills were generated and presented, we're gonna find out the process of how the contract was awarded and how the contract is paid. So I do not have that.
Give me
at
an
this-
end date, please.
Let's say within another 2 weeks, we'll have some information relative. So Tom and Andy are both aware of it. We are looking at relative to that process.
In 2 weeks, I'm putting that on my phone.
Yeah, it's.
All right.
Are there any objections? Okay, so that's another resolution passed.
Right.
Or 397.
Okay, A5, authorization to approve cancellation refund.
Move it.
Second.
Any objections? No objections, that's another resolution passed. A6, authorization to reject or award the bid.
Move to award.
No, this is to reject.
It's
It says or award.
Yeah, so we.
So I'm making a motion to
Oh, I
award.
got you, okay.
Right, which one are we on? 6?
Six.
So you want to move to.
Well, I don't know.
We have a motion on the floor to award it.
Without the funding.
Is it
I
two?
made
as
two
outlined for the funding.
resolutions, so you could
I
pick
will clarify
which
that,
they want to
sorry.
do. So they're either to reject it or to award it.
He's making it to
I'm
award it,
making a motion
nobody
to
said.
No,
award.
second it to award,
I'm
because
making a
this is
motion to
something that's
award.
needed.
Based on the explanation for the funding.
Okay, so,
And to my colleagues, if I can did you make the second?
Yes.
It was over budget or
Yeah,
under,
one's
It was over,
overbid?
over.
And again, to my
Over
colleagues,
the
as we
estimate.
talk about looking at saving money, FedEx does it, other companies do it, we really should consider on a $750,000 item that state troopers do it, putting gas cards in vehicles as an option. I'm not saying we're doing it, but that's $750,000 on the table here. And if we go digging, they could turn into millions of dollars of cleanup, so
I think the
I think we
original,
need to still have that conversation for my colleagues.
the original,
It's gotta be awarded or rejected within
Right.
60 days, and we're at like the limit,
Right,
so
so-
something has to happen.
So, all right,
Right,
so,
and I have a question after Gary.
the recommendation was to reject it
To
and go
reject
back. And then somehow it was then put on not to reject and to award. And the recommendation from engineering is still to reject.
And it's
So-
that you and the engineering are rejecting, are
Yeah.
saying to reject it.
Yes,
And
and then
Tony,
we-
I agree with you. We have
But
two
again,
other
the motion
filling
is to
stations.
award.
Well, he
So-
just made that motion
But
now.
I understand the motion is to award, but there's also the memo here that although it was over budget, it shows here where the funding would come from because we're in dire need of this.
We're not in dire need of it.
Okay.
So it's still working and it's just out of compliance.
Councilman
So-
Well, it's been out of compliance since 2012.
Oh, so
And-
let's
And I
continue
did
to
some,
stay out of
no,
compliance?
I did some research, nothing prevents you, it's just out of warranty, it's not out of compliance. I have a disagreement on how that wording was, because when I went and I did some research, it's, the warranty, whatever, was up in 2012. That doesn't mean,
It's still in use.
right, doesn't mean it's, we still got insurance on it, we're still passing all the health and testing on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman
And we have
Claudio.
two other filling stations. We have at the firehouse and
705.
DPW.
Councilman Claudio has the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So the saying in private sector is you have to spend money to make money. And it's sort of the same, but opposite end of the coin when it comes to public sector. You need to spend money to save money. We talk here about becoming more efficient. We talk about finding ways to make a savings. And it comes from making investments like this. That is how you start to create a amount of money that you need for fuel services that gets reduced because of the efficiency on the equipment that you have and the permitting fees that you need to pay, whether you're in warranty or out of warranty. So to me, if we're serious about trying to save the taxpayers' money, we need to start making investments like this because while yes, $800,000 is a lot of money right now, it's not in the operating budget, it's coming from the capital budget, and ultimately it will help us save money in the operating budget. And so that's why I'm in favor of awarding it as opposed to rejecting it.
Okay, well, I have
Roll
a
call.
motion to award. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Councilman D'Amato.
This is to award?
To
To
award.
award.
No.
Councilman Gibson.
No.
Councilman Kalojay.
Yes.
Councilman Latona.
No.
Councilwoman Pino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula.
We were worried about spending 15,000, but we want to spend 400, so it's going to somehow save us
Say
money.
no.
Of course, I'm voting no, not to award.
Mayor Grabowski.
Yes.
That's 3-4.
Okay, so that's another resolution.
So
to
it
bill.
failed, right, so
So
that's
is it rejected now?
399.
No, now you need a
And now
motion to
you
reject.
can motion to reject.
Yeah.
I'll
Motion
make
to
the
reject.
Second
Sorry.
to motion to reject.
Second.
Hold
trying.
on, hold on.
Is there any, can we just do
Who
if there's
motioned
any?
it?
I made the motion.
I seconded it.
Yeah. Any objections
Yes.
besides Joe and myself?
And myself.
And sorry, and Rosemary. So 3 objections, so motion passes. Okay, A7, walking paths at various parks.
Move it?
Second, I just want a quick question. I didn't get an email. Is this all grant money? Because only 2 of them says grant money. The one with the 1.3 million portion doesn't say grant money. Are all 3 of these?
1.3, no, I don't think so.
I do not know. Go
I
ahead.
think we did get a response.
Did you? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. If we got it.
It came in late.
Okay.
And can I ask a question while we're waiting for that? What I'm really sorry to see that's not on this list, because we've had many complaints about the unsafe conditions at Mount Prospect Park. So I believe we're put on notice that that's unsafe. So how in the world is that not included in this?
The second question was,
I second that question.
okay.
No, I also have that question.
And then the second question, while we wait, is it the ADA paths? That was the second question I got from the Disabilities Committee.
I don't think it says it. I don't think
That's why
it
I'm
says
I
it.
don't know, and I guess
I'm
we
asking.
could ask,
Okay,
between now and the resolution, we could ask, if you want to move it, maybe I can get Lardner on the phone, and then we can ask those 3 or 4 questions.
so where is this walking paths to connect city parks 1.3 million coming from? If it's not a grant, where is it coming from? Is it bonding? Where is it coming from? The sky?
And what
I
does
don't
it mean, walking
And-
paths to connect city parks? To me, that sounds like we're connecting parks with a walking path, one park to another. What I thought this was, the walking path within a park.
Again,
That's what it is.
my colleagues brought
That's
it
not
up
what
before.
that says.
No, but that's what it is.
Well,
To
you can't
prevent
put
these
something that
delays,
it's
the funding,
I got you, or have the department head here, and then he can
Yeah, don't
explain
get me
it all.
started on that,
All right,
'cause that'll be another
all right, so
complaint.
you wanna table
You know,
7?
let's-
not. I'll motion to table 7 till the next meeting till we get it.
Go ahead.
Certification of funds are from the 2024 capital and 2024 bond ordinance, and the account numbers are on here, and the pricing is split. It's on the resolution.
What's it split? What's the split?
okay.
It's probably split between years.
$539,407.
39.
$539,407.86. $826,895.14.
826.
So one's from a capital,
I don't
one's
have my
from a
phone,
bond.
but I think that's,
So again, we're gonna move forward, but I just can't imagine, I know we're talking about getting more grants. There's so much grant money out there that we're using our money again. That the possibility might be for grant. But anyway, all right.
What are we doing? Yes or no, up or down?
Tabled.
yeah, table,
There was at least
motion
a
to table.
Tabling it?
Yeah, because that doesn't add up to the 1,313. That ups, if I did my math right, it's almost 1.5 million.
So we're tabling 7. Okay, A8,
So the 200 is
2025.
probably the grant money that Tony was talking about.
No, but it's not talking coming out of bond,
Well, we
but
tabled
we're
it, so
tabled
we
it.
can't discuss it. 2025 roadway resurfacing program,
Move it.
Second.
I just have a question.
question.
Is this being posted on the
I
website?
just
Or we
was gonna
have it
say,
on the
good call.
website of all the streets that are being paved? And if
Just-
not, can we do that, please?
Yes.
And I also, for those of you who are watching and have to go down Getty, that is on the list. Woo-hoo.
I also, sorry.
From Page to Madison,
That's the
so,
best
yes.
road in Clifton, the worst road in Clifton.
Yes, so it's on the list. If we can get this up.
I have a question. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Tomato.
Have these roads on this list
I was
all
just
been,
gonna
all
ask
been
that
vetted
question.
to make sure that water mains are not, that I don't want to rip these roads up in another year, 2 years after these are
So,
finished?
Gary, you're new, but with the old administration, we told them before the roads are done,
Yeah.
to check with all the utilities, and if they got work to do it now, because once it's down, unless it's an emergency, I don't know how my colleagues feel, but no more putting down a new roadway and then we rip it up 3 months later, because Cablevision, Verizon, or whoever decides
Well,
to sue or whatever
This
rips
is
up
the
the road,
gas,
so.
the PSEG.
Any of that.
Because
So
I
yes,
do,
can you
I do
confirm?
believe that some of these roads have not had their gas done.
Right.
I think there's at least 3 on here that don't.
It
So,
should all be done when you open up the street.
Yeah.
well,
Whole
but
street
that's,
should be done.
So
but
you
it's-
can make that part of the process now, and the department heads, before the permit is given, from wherever the permit's given in City
Water,
Hall,
sewer,
that
gas,
they
electric.
are notified and they sign off that they're good.
yeah, I want it in writing too.
Yeah.
I want it in writing. I don't want this lapse of memory and amnesia that people don't, because we've been down this road too many times, too many
They-
times.
So then to understand this, so let's playing devil's advocate, let's assume that PSEG comes back and says, no, that's not off the table. We have this on the schedule to change the gas lines 2 years from now. Are we then going to allocate the money to a different street? Or are we just going to let the money sit? Because the contractor's not gonna come back and do 2 streets, right? Part of the reason we got this pricing is because he said, I'm gonna do these 28 streets. And so now if we find out from PSE&G that they're not on the schedule to come here and do this for 2 years, are we then telling the people on those streets, we're not paving your street this year because we're waiting for PSE&G?
I think we answer that as we go forward, and it's a very good question. So before we break ground, you make sure that everybody's on the same page, and it may be. If not, you can always push contractors up. There's always supplemental funds that could be used from the utilities, but you're absolutely correct. Gas, electric, sewer, water, street, curb to curb should be done prior to.
But again, there's 75 streets here.
Yeah.
If we find out from one of them that they're, in 4 months from now, gonna be doing their project, we can either A, ask them to do it now, or B, tell the contractor, don't do these 20 streets because there's gonna be work done in 3 months, do the other ones first. We'll let the administration figure it out, I'm not gonna.
That's an
No,
engineering.
because I think this is an important feature, because yes, 4 months, we can kind of work around 4 months. 2 years, we can't work around. And the problem is that PSE&G, Snake Valley Water, they're like us. Their budgeting process, their bonding process, everything is the same as ours. And so if the three of us are out of sync, we run the risk of them saying, this is on the agenda, we can't move it forward right now because on our capital plan, we're gonna be doing this in year 4. And so what I wanna know is what happens to those streets? We're gonna now not pave those streets, and then I guess the question to legal.
What happened?
Can we just
prior
give the
to your own-
administration,
your own
if that
experience, what
happens, come
happened?
back to us so we
Here's
can
the
move
problem,
on?
here's the problem of what happened, and this is why we're all miffed. They would tell us, yeah, we don't have any plans to do this. We would pave the road, and then they would show up a year later and dig up the road and put in the gas line, right?
So what is the answer? What's the fix?
Well,
That's-
didn't they
You want me
give
to do
us,
the fix, or do you want
I'm
what
asking,
my fix
I'm
is?
asking collectively, how are we going to handle that? And I think it'd be helpful from legal to find out if we just awarded 75 streets, and we find out because of PSE&G, we're gonna pull 5 streets, does that somehow create a problem for us from a contractual purpose? Because they bid 75 streets and this is gonna be my profit, and we're now telling you we're not gonna do these 5 streets. Do we have the ability to then send them to 5 different streets?
We'd have to seek a change order with the contractor, which we should be able to do if it's 5 streets. If it's 50 streets, it'd
Right.
be more complicated.
Doesn't PSCNG vet all these streets?
They do, and I got a bunch of emails back and forth, but Joe is right, it's not just it's water, it's gas, it's sewer. I mean, when you pick up a street, you should be doing all the infrastructure in that street. You should be putting new gas fittings in, you should be putting new water lines in, new.
Okay, can you
water
just
sewer
come back to us
lines.
with a report so we can move on?
So
If that happens-
we had a motion and a second. How do you want to
So then we're not tabling this until we find out what PSE&G, Snake Valley Water is doing? No, I'm just asking, because we tabled the other resolution.
Table 7.
So are we tabling this, or are we moving forward without the answers?
I think we should move forward and administration will give us any hiccups they get along the way. I mean, the
Yes.
time is now, we need to move forward before we miss that window. You can only pave
So you have a
so many
motion to
months.
approve?
Yes.
That's 8, right?
Yes. Do I have a
I'll second that motion.
I need a roll call because
We already had it.
We
Yeah.
had it
We
already.
talked so long.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it already had, it. we
Okay,
were
so that's
talking
one more
after the vote.
resolution.
Good.
All right, A9.
No, we didn't have the vote.
We didn't have the
Well, I
vote?
had
We did.
No, we did now, but.
Latona and I had D'Amato first and second.
Right.
Okay.
Do you want to vote separately on it?
Is there any objections?
No.
Okay, we're good. Okay, A9, interior alterations of Clifton Police Department.
Move it.
Second.
No objections, that's another resolution.
That's
A10,
Resolution 402.
interior alterations to Clifton Police Department.
Move it.
Second.
No objections, that's another resolution.
403.
A11, interior alterations to Clifton Police Department.
Move it.
Second.
No objections, that's another resolution. A12, authorization to approve award contract with Gen Electric.
Move it.
Second.
That's
No
405.
objections, that's 405. A13, authorization to approve award of
Move it.
contract.
Second.
No objections, that's 406. A14, authorization to approve purchase of uniforms and other.
Move it.
Move it.
Second.
No objections, that's 407. A15, authorization to approve purchase of tires.
Move it.
Second.
Okay, no objections, that's R408. A16, authorization to approve an installation of radio communications.
Move it.
Second.
No objections. A17, authorization to approve of radio communications.
Move it.
Second.
No objections. A18, authorization to purchase of one structural firefighting hose.
Move it.
Second. We need hoses to fight a fire.
Okay, that's another resolution. A19, authorization to approve request to issue RFPs for health
Move
insurance.
it.
Second.
Objections? A20, authorization to approve award of contract to Crystal Rodriguez.
Move it.
I just had one question. There's nobody in that,
I'll second that so we can hear the question.
there's nobody that a full-time person that could do this?
I believe this crystal comes out of the.
I'm thinking of smart hiring, that there's a person that could do this because this is $40.25 an hour. So,
I do not know. Again, this is a Beagle. If you want to carry it to the regular session, see if I can get Beagle on the phone and we can ask.
I mean, but I think even at that, wouldn't the savings then come that they don't get the fringe benefits?
Correct.
Wouldn't this be, so
Yeah, I mean,
there's-
I have to take.
well, no, but if there's
department
somebody
heads
that
if they're
could take this on, that
internally.
that we could save this money.
I'm not sure if Crystal has a certain license. I don't know if this is disease testing. Again, this was presented from the health department requesting Crystal. And we can carry it until I can get more information from Beagle, or do you want, I can do it now until
Let's move on. We could carry it. Let's move on.
table it, carry it?
I'm the only one who questioned it, so I don't know if anybody else has questioning. So just, if I'm the only one questioning, just note my objection, that's all.
Okay, noted objection, that's R 422.
Because I don't have the
It was
information.
820, Mayor. I think.
I'm sorry,
820.
820, sorry.
820.
A21, authorization to award contract.
Move
Move
it. Second.
Okay, objections, R
Discussion?
422. I'm sorry, Joe?
Discussion.
Okay, discussion.
Go ahead.
So we had this on the agenda at our last meeting, I believe.
Correct.
This was the only proposal that we solicited.
Correct. This is
So
the.
we're going to award this to a non-fair and open.
Correct. Correct. And this was a 3-3 vote, and we'll.
No, I'm not questioning the fact that it's on here. I just, my problem with it the last time
Yes.
was that this was the only people we reached out to. And having had some experience with them in some other towns, their wheelhouse is road projects. Their wheelhouse is not recreation, which is what we're looking to hire them to do for us.
I disagree.
Companies like Stan Musial are kind of, so maybe they're more successful in South Jersey than they are in North Jersey, but I can tell you that the projects that they did, that I'm familiar with, did not come in on time and did not come in on budget. One was tennis court, one was a soccer field, one was a playground. But my concern is that essentially we're going to now allocate $120,000 to someone that we just called up and said, hey, give us a number. And I think what was impressive to me, I guess about a month ago, Councilwoman Sajakula, when we had multiple proposals from attorneys, called up an attorney and got them to lower their price. And then we went out and called the other attorneys, and they lowered their price too. But here we are, no competition, no effort to get them to lower their price. And we're going to wind up spending $120,000 that instead of spending it on playground equipment or instead of spending it on walking paths, we're going to spend it on an engineering company that, in my experience, comes in over budget and not on time.
Mayor, go ahead.
Mayor, so just real quick, I agree with my colleague, normally I like to go to RFPs. Everyone knows I like to have our options on the table. However, we have lost millions of dollars of known grants over the last few years, including $900,000 in the last few months for Holster Field. So as much as I agree with my colleague, I would normally like to go out to an RFP and go to a better process, but there's millions of dollars in grant money on the table right now that I don't want to lose. We've already lost money and unknown amounts of money that we can't even put a price tag on. So as much as everyone knows I'm a fan of RFPs, for this reason and not to take that chance again, I am okay to giving them opportunity. And if they don't come through next year or 6 months from now, is this month to month, sir?
It's a 30-day notice.
Okay,
Kick 'em
if
out.
this is a 30-day notice and they don't come through 3, 4, 6 months from now, and that's the case, I will second your motion, Joe, and send them packing. And I think I read they're willing to actually come to council meetings to update us on grants.
Yes, and projects.
Folks, how long have we been asking for this, right? So, That's where I am.
Yes.
No, but here,
Mayor,
my-
we-
Wait, sorry, Councilwoman.
We also, Tony, you're right. We have Nash Park, Bill, your splash park. 2 years ago, we got Green Acres funding. We still don't have engineering plans for it. Just until a couple of weeks ago, the agreement with Green Acres was not even signed. This is a no-brainer. Gary, you've had experience working with them. I
Yes.
researched what I saw. I thought they do everything. And actually, Joe, I remember at one meeting, you said they were a fine company, so now we're
For road,
changing.
no, they're a fine company for road projects, you're
If it's
absolutely
this
correct.
specific team, then this is the team that I want. If they change the team, then I will change them.
30-day
They don't
notice,
come
how
through, I'm
else?
with you, Joe.
30
No, but see,
30-day
but
notices.
here's what they're not gonna fix. Tonight, we tabled doing walking paths around the parks because we didn't have enough information. There's grant money that's attached to it. So that grant money is serving as a dam from us being able to get more grant money. So you can hire these guys to go after and get grant money, but if this council keeps tabling projects, they're not gonna be successful, is part of the issue that we have here. You know, because I'm taking a look at this, and I know that we had an open space committee meeting, it's at least 2, maybe 3 months ago, because my guys were still in soccer, and I remember scrambling over here. And the committee recommended moving forward with the grant money for redoing Sperling Park, making it handicap accessible, and then they also voted to have us not use open space money to fund our matching portion, but to bond for it instead. And here we are 3 months later, no closer to doing that project. This company, for $120,000 a year, is not gonna fix that. Where it gets fixed is here at this table.
Mayor,
Roll call.
that is not exactly true, because at that open space meeting, I asked for the engineering plans we have no engineering plans. It took, what, Gary, a month, 2 months, a month to get me? It was pictures taken from like a concept, so
Can
we have
go to
no
roll call?
choice.
No, because
Well,
I
let's-
need to correct the record, because I did give a committee report. You know, when I attend committees, at the next available meeting, I give a committee report. And I gave a committee report that evening that said, here were the 2 votes that they took. And here are the 2 things they said they wanted to do. They want the park, the big version, not the small version, and they want us to borrow the money instead of using open space money. I happen to disagree with them. I think we should be using open space money. It's the whole reason why we passed it in the first place. But that's why it comes to us, because we don't need to accept their recommendation. If we decide around this table we want to do the small park and we want to use open space money, we can do that. But
So how do
Okay,
I?
can we go to roll
ahead.
call?
The roll call.
With
no,
7:28.
I
Can
think
we
we had
do-
a question.
Just want to know the nexus. All right, so that's the confusion there. The first part was, the first question or the first agreement was of the big park. And the second question that you said of what pot to use it of was never defined, so I could bring it back to anybody and say, what do you want to do?
No, it was defined. They said they wanted to see us bond for that. And perhaps it would be helpful if we get a memo from either you or from Recreation that can sum up what the park is and what our options are for either borrowing and or open space. This way we can make a fact-based
And
decision.
does it come back here as an action item, or does it come back as a discussion item?
We're gonna,
I'm just asking to know.
We have a motion, and a second, can we vote at 7:28?
We're having a discussion. I
But
know,
that's not on this.
it isn't on
That has nothing to
and I
do with this,
apologize.
Joe.
It doesn't,
That's
All
something
right,
totally
I-
separate.
but it's related to it.
Okay.
If you don't see a problem with, we had a committee meeting 3 months ago and the information never came to the city council, then you and I, disagree on
No,
how we
it just-
process information.
Something with a park has nothing to do with this. This is a whole separate issue.
No, it
So we
does,
can have that for
because
a dis-
this is not gonna fix that, and that's my
Well,
point.
it might fix 10 other problems.
It probably won't,
Okay.
but it'll
Well,
be
then you can vote
$120,000
no. Roll call.
$120,000 in furloughs in order to pay for an outside engineer.
somebody called a question.
We
could
did call the question.
vote. All right.
Councilman,
Okay, so go ahead.
you want me to?
No, yes,
No,
please.
please.
Councilman D'Amato.
I agree with Councilman Kaloje that we need to get better at tabling fewer things, but we also need to get better at, hey, you're doing a terrible job, we're letting you go. And if that happens here, we'll do it. I vote yes.
Councilman Gibson.
I'm voting yes.
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 Councilman Kaloje.
Waste of $120,000 of taxpayers' money, no.
Councilman Latona.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino. Yes. Councilwoman Sadrikula.
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski. 6-1, motion passed. So the resolution passes too.
Gotta do one more. Authorization,
Wait, can we
Mayor,
do,
we have 7:30, we have,
oh,
we not have someone,
He should have counsel.
okay, then, well, that's 7:30.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. We ended on 22.
Resolution to go into executive session, whereas the municipal council deems it essential in the furtherance of the public interest to discuss in closed session as expressly permitted by NJSA 10:4-12, the following subjects to be discussed as per the agenda and the resolution are contracts and agreements, personal matters to be discussed, litigation matters to be discussed. Now therefore be it resolved that the public shall be excused and excluded from this portion of the council meeting to be held on August 6, 2025. At which time, said subject shall be discussed, and be it further resolved that the discussion held in such closed session can be disclosed to the public on or about the time matters concluded. Motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Thank you.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the annual notice of regularly scheduled meetings of the municipal council for the year 2024, which was published as a legal advertisement in the Herald News and the Record on January 5th, 2025. Further notice of this meeting was given on Friday prior to the meeting by posting said notice on the bulletin board at City Hall and on the City of Clifton website, which notice stated that formal action may or may not be taken on the matters to come before municipal council. Roll call, please.
Councilman D'Amato.
present.
Councilman Gibson.
Here.
Councilman Kalojay.
Present.
Councilman Latona.
Here.
Councilwoman Pino.
Here.
Councilwoman Sadrikula.
here,
Mayor Grabowski.
Here.
We have a quorum.
This evening's invocation will be given by Pastor Daisy, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag. Will everyone please rise?
Would you bow your heads as I pray? O God, our Father, we come before you with gratitude. We thank you for being so good, God, so loving, who with us in this very room, you never leave us nor forsake us. We thank you for making each of us in your own image, with dignity and infinity worth. I thank you tonight for these servants, our Mayor Grabowski, our city manager, our city council members. I give you thanks for the way they are serving to you, choosing, and the community. We thank you, Lord, for everything. We all come we carry burdens, we carry joy and hope, trusting that you alone hold us together, oh God. In your love and peace, help us to trust you more than our fears and our wounds, and even in our accomplishments, made we lean on your everlasting arms. Bless these authorities and everyone who serves in the city hall. Keep them safe and healthy for your sake name. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Daisy. First order of business, we're going to have Mr. DeMarzo. We have a public hearing on the 2025 municipal budget. Public hearing. I don't know where Mr. DeMarzo was supposed to give the public. Oh, here he is. Mr. DeMarzo, would you mind if we do the presentations first? Okay. All right, so the proclamations for the Boy Scouts Troop 2021. I guess Robin Gibson will be coming up.
Okay, to my heroes. Whereas Boy Scout Troop 21 was established in 1951 in the city of Clifton, New Jersey, and has proudly served the youth of this community for 75 years. And whereas the troop currently consists of 30 active scouts ages 10 to 17 in grades 6 through 12, with half attending St. Philip's Preparatorial School, and the remainder enrolled in local public schools, reflecting the diversity and unity of Clifton's youth. And whereas Troop 21 is led by Scoutmaster Michael R. Klinger, along with dedicated Assistant Scoutmasters Yvonne S. Recker, Philip Song, and John Tauber, and supported by committee members Joan Jakimowicz, Felipe C. Jakimowicz, Robert Recker, and Stanley W. Wicklinski, whose collective guidance has helped generations of Scouts grow into strong, civil-minded individuals. And whereas, true to the Scout slogan, do a good turn daily, members of Troop 21 undertook a special act of service on Sunday, July 13, 2025, by building an accessibility ramp at the home of Councilman William Gibson, a longtime supporter of the troop, to assist him in the recovery following health challenges. And whereas special recognition is given to the hardworking Scouts who participated in this project, Sebastian B. Dron, Patrick Markowitz, sorry if I'm saying the names wrong, Soren Song, Grayson Tauber, and Daniel Wicklinski, with particular thanks to Brian Berthelsen, who devoted the full 7 hours to ensure the ramp was safely and skillfully completed. And whereas the project would not have been possible without the generous support of 2 local Clifton businesses, Mahmoud Jarabov of Gill Realty and Joe Ciano and Ricky DeMaria of JK Realty, whose donations made the construction of the ramp a reality, exemplifying community partnership and care for our neighbors. Now, therefore, on behalf of the governing body of the City of Clifton, do hereby recognize and commend Boy Scout Troop 21 on the occasion of their 75th anniversary, and thank them for their continued service to the residents of our city, especially my husband, William Gibson. Thank you. Please come up here. Please come up.
Troop 21, don't get comfortable. Why don't you guys stay up here because we have another one for you. And I know that our scouting model isn't about glory and recognition, it's about community service. So I know that this is a little squirmy for our scouts, but your service is appreciated. I have a proclamation here also in service in gratitude to Boy Scout Troop 21 for their service to a U.S. Air Force veteran. Whereas the Clifton Health Department was approached by a United States Air Force veteran who had encountered difficulty maintaining the condition of her yard, including a broken above-ground pool, various items in her yard, and an overcrowded garage. And whereas this prompted the Clifton Health Department to take swift action and contact Eve Recker, Assistant Scoutmaster and Merit Badge Counselor for Boy Scout Troop 21, herself a proud United States Marine Corps veteran, for support. And whereas 1 week after the initial request on July 7th, Scout leader Mike Klinger, a professional landscaper alongside the Scouts of Troop 21, organized and executed a comprehensive cleanup, which included the dismantling and removal of the broken pool, the cutting of overgrown bushes, and the removal of piles of trash from the backyard and garage. And whereas the Scouts, Brian Berthleson, George Linus, James Zagina, Joseph Zagina, through their hard work and dedication, displayed admirable teamwork, discipline, and community spirit as they completed the project in just 2 days, improving the safety and well-being of a fellow citizen and veteran in need. Whereas the Boy Scout Troop 21, under the leadership of its Scoutmasters and with the continued dedication of its Scouts, will further complete the project by tackling the veteran's chicken coop, rose garden, and continuing the cleanup of her garage, ensuring that her home is restored to a safe, clean, and functional space. And whereas the actions of Boy Scout Troop 21 and the individuals involved serve as a shining example of the scouting values of service, duty to others, and gratitude, showing that when called upon, our community responds with unity, care, and dedication to those who have served. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the governing body of the City of Clifton, in the County of Passaic, the State of New Jersey, recognizing the efforts of Boy Scout Troop 21 and all those involved in supporting a United States Air Force veteran in her time of need. We celebrate the spirit of community and service that continues to define our city, and we express our deepest thanks to those who make it stronger. Congratulations, gentlemen. And I will say this, when my Connor turns 11, he's already told me he's joining Troop 21.
Now we have another proclamation will be given by Councilwoman Mary Sadrakula for Aiden.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to present this. Whereas Aiden Persipin lives in Clifton and is a student at St. Mary's High School in Rutherford, New Jersey. Whereas Aiden has been helping people with type 1 diabetes and is currently a New Jersey Breakthrough Type 1 Diabetes Youth Ambassador and Type 1 Diabetes Advocacy Leader. And whereas in June, Aiden conducted learning labs for more than 250 licensed healthcare workers and spoke at the Pennsylvania State Athletic Society Educational Conference in Hershey, Pennsylvania, as well as the National Athletic Trainers Association Educational Conference in Orlando, Florida. And whereas, on top of that, he was selected out of hundreds of applicants to attend the Breakthrough Type 1 Diabetes 2025 Children's Congress event, which was held in Washington, D.C. in July. And whereas, for 3 inspiring days, 170 delegates with type 1 diabetes from all corners of the United States and around the world made new friends and advocated for themselves and their community and made an incredible mark on the members of Congress and their staff.
Now, therefore it be resolved that we, the governing body of the City of Clifton, County of Passaic, and the State of New Jersey, do hereby formally know and note the bestowal of this distinguished award upon Aiden, and do join in with his family and friends and fellow students in extending heartfelt congratulations to him on behalf of all the citizens of Clifton. And I just have to say on a personal note, Aiden, I think you probably remember this. I met you and your lovely family, which was not a good day. It was your parents' anniversary. They were scheduled to go out to dinner. And once again, they had a sewage backup in their house on Patricia Place. I ran down and I couldn't believe what was going on. You guys were so little, and now I look at you and you're all grown up. I do follow all your travels on Facebook, and it's a pleasure. And you took something and you're helping others, and it's just so wonderful. And I hope we all live to see a cure for juvenile diabetes. And it's my great pleasure to present this to you.
Kathleen, could we, we're going to go a little out of order here today, but could we have approval of the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Hold on.
Is that a motion? Second.
Roll call?
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson? Oh, he's not there because they're having,
It's on our end, yeah.
yeah. Councilman Kalojay?
Yes.
Councilman Latona?
No.
No for the minutes. Councilwoman Pino?
Yes?
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
It just so everyone knows, Councilman Gibson is still on, but it's our trouble we're having, I think, on our end with the Zoom.
I think Mike's working on it.
Because we were going to finish that couple of action items while Councilman Gibson was still with us.
Right.
It's only a few left, and then we'll go back to the regular schedule, but is he on?
Not yet.
No, it's the camera, it's our cameras are updating.
So I think we
Yeah,
could
there's an
probably,
update now, so the computers
we
are
could
all
probably start
updating.
with the budget
Budget,
presentation.
yeah, why don't we start with
Yeah.
budget?
Gary, you want to start the budget presentation then?
I do. And Mayor, I just want to remind the audience that there's no need for anyone to stay in the audience if you don't want to hear the numbers and the blood and guts of city business relative to the budget presentation. So I do thank the Boy Scouts and the moms and the
If
dads.
they don't wish to stay, you're not required to stay to listen to the budget.
You're not required to stay.
Because we understand it's late, so if you wish to leave, that's...
I'd like to bring up Jeffrey Bliss. He is the auditor for the firm that the city uses. I did not know the format tonight, so I won't be appearing in front of you, but I'll bring Jeff, and he can sit in one of the seats next to me with the microphone. Yes, please. And just remember, the microphone almost has to be in your mouth to work. Oh, she wants you to sit in the center there. Again, I just want to remind the council that our operating budget did not reduce. We are moving to fund the operating budget. There are some cuts that we could make, and we'll go through those, but we are still introduced at 10 cents. Am I correct, Jeff? You want to?
Yes, just so procedurally, the meeting has to be open to the public for the public hearing on the budget. After the public has an opportunity to speak on the budget that was introduced, the meeting is closed. If the governing body wishes to adopt the budget, they can adopt the budget after that. If there are amendments to be made or a presentation regarding amendments, that's when that presentation would be made, after that public hearing on the introduced budget is made. If there are amendments that the governing body wishes to make, a resolution has to be presented and approved by a majority of the governing body. If the amendments are of such magnitude, they may require advertisement in the newspaper. That advertisement must take place at least 3 days prior to the hearing on the amendment. If the amendment is required to be advertised, that means you are required to have a hearing on the amendment. After the hearing on the amendment is taken place, then the governing body may adopt the budget at that time. So you could adopt it tonight as you approved it back in July, or you can amend it after the public hearing, and if the amendments reach certain amounts, that amendment will have to be advertised and a hearing will have to be held on that amendment. And then you could adopt the budget as amendment after that, or theoretically amend it again. So that's the procedurally how the process must go.
So, Mr. Bliss, assuming that we don't amend the budget, do we have the ability to then move money from what has been adopted into other areas that may be more prudent? I'll give an example. Right now, the budget is covering, I think, roughly $250,000 for a deficit in the sewer utility, but the majority of this council approved increasing the rates, which eliminates the deficit. So in theory, we can use that deficit here and now through an amendment, but my question to you is, if we chose not to do that, would we be able to transfer that money from, say, a deficit that doesn't exist to, say, storm cleanup or recovery?
Unfortunately, that type of appropriation you would not be permitted to transfer from. It's a deferred charge. Deferred charges are non-transferable appropriations. If you don't use it, they automatically get canceled at year end.
So then that would have no effect on our fund balance?
No. Oh, if you cancel it, it will. It'll regenerate fund balance.
I have a question. You said if amendments require advertising, what amendments, what's the caveat that triggers the advertising?
If you add an appropriation that is equal to 1% or more of the budget in total, a new appropriation, a new line item, that requires advertisement. If you increase or decrease a budget line by 10% or more, that requires a budget advertisement. And if you increase the taxes by 5% or more, that also requires an advertisement.
Repeat that last one again.
If you add a new line item of appropriation that is 1%, equal to 1% or more of the total budget. If you increase or decrease a specific budget line by more than 10%, that requires advertisement. And if you increase the taxes by more than 5%, that requires an advertisement, the amendment to be advertised.
One other question, because, again, I hate not having numbers. I appreciate this little spreadsheet slide presentation. The budget that was introduced in July, did that include the $500,000 down payment for capitals for this year?
Yes, it does.
It does, because there was some talk that it was taken out, so I wanted to quantify that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll go quickly through the presentation again. The numbers did not change. The last few slides do have some amendments relative to some of the cuts that we did. So we're looking at what we have now. So it was introduced at 10 points. That's $15.04 a month, $180 per year. So you would just take your assessment and times it by 10. That would give you your budget, your tax increase over and above what you're paying now. That's kind of where we were. So we were looking at an 8 points. So we found some cuts, some reduction of the budgets, and we brought it down to 8 points. And that 8 points does not use additional surplus. So here are some potential reductions in the levy. Again, we had $400,000 in streets and roads. We found it necessity to do the Third River. Is that the area? The Three Rivers or Third River? Third River needed about a $50,000 remediation project, so we could not reduce it by $400,000. We reduced it by $350,000. There was some reduction in funding of tax appeals, some elimination of some sewer deficit. So that brought it down to an 8-point tax, an 8-point tax increase. So it was only 2 points. And so when we started to look at it with Jeffrey and we started to look at it with finance, I wanted to bring it back to the 8 points. So what would happen is this is what we talked about. So as you reduce your budget and you reduce cuts and you start to really minimize your operating expenses, because that's what you're taking it out of, right? So we all can agree between 65 and 70% of a municipal budget is employee-based. And so any cuts that may be added to this year's budget might have to be increased by next year's budget. So that's why the top of the slide says 2026 and beyond stressors. And I'm a 3-year budget kind of visionary, so 26, 27, and 28. Any revenue losses that we are not taking in account for may be added to next year's budget. And then we all know that we talked about in the work session that the added costs of pension, health costs, the CBAs, which is the collective bargaining units, the utility increases, fuel, gas, electric, all will increase. So when you start to really reduce these budgets, you may find yourself in a bigger pickle next year, because anything that you cut or are not paying for or put off, you're going to have to pay for next year. And so I want to also talk about the 7 that govern, right? So you're governing a municipal corporation worth $6 billion, and you're running a $135 million operating budget to operate that municipal corporation. And I found that every report that you did, though controversial, was worthwhile. When you're operating a municipal corporation of this size and you're spending less than 1% of its operating expenses on some overviews of how you're financially operating, it is a good use of money. It's minimal. It may be large in scope to the public when you talk about a $150,000 study or a $15,000 this or a $22,000 that, but it's $6 billion that you are managing. And the advice is only worth the money if you use that advice. And I think that the collective up on the dais have now realized and have some good understanding of the deficiencies and where they need to go with that budget. So, you know, you're either looking at a 8-point tax increase or a 10-point tax increase at this point. I'm still recommending the higher, but I want to just go back to what we talked about in work session, you know, that Billy Joel song, right? Because the good old days weren't always good, and tomorrow ain't as bad as it seems. And so over the last 100 days, the management team has changed. I think I know the attitudes of the board has changed. I know that if the budget gets adopted tonight on the 6th, they're going to start on the 7th. And some of the main items that we have that we're looking at with some substantial cost savings is a joint insurance fund, because some of the bigger expenses are your insurance costs, looking at the ordinances and the fee structures, the restructures of the city hall and the municipal itself, economic development, trash. And remember, it's not the municipality's position to make money, it's revenues to cover costs. You know, a budget or a municipality has to be zero. So tonight we had a discussion relative to furloughs and layoffs and hiring freezes. In the end, you still have to operate a municipality. Certain council people are asking for certain things that they thought were in this budget, and they had to be told, no, you've already cut that and it doesn't exist anymore. So, you know, if you want nice things, you have to pay for it. If you want a nice community, you have to pay for it. And it's unfortunate that the state continues to cut and continues to ladle you with unfunded mandates. One of the new unfunded mandates are the Code Blue. And the Code Blue program expanded about $100,000. Well, we didn't have $100,000. So where do you get the money? And if it's an unfunded mandate, then the state says you must. And you have a series of these type of unfunded mandates that the state continues to ladle. There's certain things that are necessary with the TV station that you all enjoy. There's closed captioning that's required now. There's ADA requirements, but you want a TV station and you have to pay for the TV station. And so all these things collectively continue, and I apologize for a long-winded oration, but it is substantial. It is very difficult for the 7 that I've dealt with up here to manage it, to explain it, to become comfortable with it. Mr. Cologier eloquently explained the history of why we're here. And, you know, they're the ones that are facing the public now with an explanation of where it went wrong 5 to 10 years ago. Next year is not going to look any better relative to the expenses that the state is pushing down on us. And if you don't cover those costs, then you have to reduce your budget. And if you do reduce your budget, you reduce your services. And if you reduce your services, then people get angry. And that's what they're up against. So I'll open it up to the board. Mr. Bliss is my expert relative to what can be transferred and what can't be transferred. But if you have any questions, board, I'll gladly answer, or I'll defer to our auditor.
Does anyone have questions?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
We'll open up to the public. If anyone wishes to speak, please come up. Only on the budget. State your name for the record and your address. You know the drill.
Hello, my name is Robin Gibson, 12 Dwight Terrace in Clifton. And what our city manager, Gary DeMarzo, just said is so true. Our services are so important. We also have a house in Bayville, and they just raised our taxes 7 points. In Bayville, I watched a house burn down because they have a volunteer fire department. We have one of the best fire departments in our state. You call 911, they are there within 5 minutes. That's not happening in Bayville, where I just got a 7% increase or 7-point increase. Our police department, second to none. DPW, we cannot lose these services. So it's a shame, first of all, that we're doing the budget so late. I hope we're going to start the next budget earlier, but we need to find money inside to support our outside wonderful services. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard?
Mayor, no one wish to be heard. Public portion for the budget closed.
Second.
Okay. Mr. DiMarzo? Anything else?
I have nothing. If you have any questions for me, Your Honor, I'll be glad to explain or the vision.
If there isn't, Mayor, before we hold the vote, there are a few things that I would like to say about this budget.
Okay, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think Judy Bassford put it very well over at the school board when she voted for the school district's budget. This is painful, and it affects me too. It affects all of us also. And this isn't something that is taken lightly with what we need to deal with. But the truth is that since 2023, we've been hiding the fact that taxes have been going up. And had we just gone with, we needed 5 tax points 2 years ago, and went with 5 tax points, we wouldn't be staring at a dime. And had we not repeated the same mistake last year and gone up a nickel when we needed to go up a nickel, we wouldn't be staring at the problem that we're staring at now. And as Mr. DiMarzo said, we're going up a dime, and we're still not out of the woods. And that's the troubling part. But the truth is that when this council approved the PBA contract last year, we increased taxes this year by $2.9 million in the budget. And when we decided to hire 14 new police officers to be out on the street, we raised taxes by $1 million. When we approved the FMBA contract this year, we increased this budget by $3.1 million. This budget uses way too much fund balance than it has been or should be, and that's a continuing sin that we've been doing for the last 2 years, and now it'll be 3 years. There need to be ways to fix that now. Personally, I think that money we had earmarked for sidewalks now needs to go to replenish that fund balance as far as I'm concerned. As our auditor had pointed out to us, we have money that's sitting in there to be used as a deficit that no longer exists. That's going to go back to fixing the fact that we're using way too much of our fund balance at this point. I ordinarily would not support a budget like this. It's not sound, it's got structural issues to it, but the truth is if we tried to fix it all in 1 year because it hasn't been broken all in 1 year, then we'd be looking at a ridiculous. And it is already ridiculous, and we'll be looking at an even more ridiculous. So we need to take this in bites. This is a really big bite. I hope we don't choke on it, but I also hope that we've learned our lessons from the last 3 years, and we get serious about trying to find new revenue, because that's the other problem. Everyone wants to talk about cuts, and we got $7 million worth of police and fire that we just raised. We're going to cut that. We're going to change our minds. We need to start looking at the idea that cannabis is a viable solution. We need to start looking at the idea that parking garages are a viable solution. We need to start looking at the idea that we spin off the recreation department into a utility so that they can be self-sufficient and self-funding. And these are the things that we need to talk about, because if we don't talk about that, then we're just going to wind up continuing to have these conversations and talking about, are we going up 7 cents or are we going up 10 cents? And it's not sustainable. And that's my thoughts on this, Mayor. So listen, I'll be voting for this budget reluctantly, but I also recognize that we are going to have the same painful decisions that we need to make again next year.
There's other questions, I guess this comes down to, we have to vote on the budget.
You can vote to adopt the budget. There's a resolution on the agenda to adopt the budget as it was introduced, as is.
Councilman Latone, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted, before we voted,
Sure, absolutely.
you can finish.
No, he did.
Oh, you're done?
He was just explaining what we're going to do.
Gotcha. All right, so real quick, Mayor, I'm just going to take one quick minute why I'm voting no for the budget. If we had a vote for a 5.5% tax increase tonight, and we fixed the problems that we've been talking about year after year, we still got more leases than people to drive them. We've been talking about it since last year. Prior administration continued to this administration, we still got them. Do we still have 71 leased vehicles, Mr. DiMarzo?
We are working diligently to
I
reduce them,
understand you're
correct?
diligent, but do we still have 71 leased vehicles, just like we did in May, when we said to reduce the vehicle fee? I'm not talking about vehicles we're trying to reduce to sell that are extra. I'm talking about the leased vehicle fleet. I know the answer, so let me save you the time. So, if I was voting for this budget and I said, we are going to take a 5.5% tax increase, but when we're still we have Chapter 99 rules, giving people medical benefits and retirement with 10 years of employment in Clifton, and we've been sabotaging stall tactics with some of my colleagues that don't even want to fix that, when we're still giving full-time benefits to part-time employees, you want me to vote for 5.5% tax increase? When I know Mr. Morris says hiring freeze, but things about making more efficiently, the hiring freeze, except for emergency services, Mr. Zamarzo, was for the administration to have to provide to the governing body a reason why a certain position needed to be filled, why it couldn't be combined with another position. When someone retired from the tax office last year, do we need to replace someone, say, in the tax office, when probably 90% of the payments, if they're not done online, are done 4 weeks out of the year, the last week of every quarter, where we could pull an employee from another department? These are things we could have done. We asked department after department for cost savings, and we got basically nothing other than DPW with suggestions with either eliminating landscaper dumping or increasing the fees. For the most part, we didn't get much from anywhere else. Asked the administration review all the overtime policies. I haven't heard anything on that. We have overtime policies that, one, if this governing body didn't have to actually fight with the administration and the fire department, we still be calling a deputy chief in when a fireman calls out sick. It's absurdity. We had to fight our own people to fix that. Using bonding money or our operating budget for things that we should have been applying for grants, or use the state bonding to float the money. Again, I know the administration, I want to give them credit. We're making a lot of these fixes, and I'm hard on them because I want fixes now, and I know they're working on 100 things. But you can't fix 30 years of a three-card Monty Ponzi scheme overnight. It's going to take time. We just found out a month ago when I had to ask for reports, we had a bonding fund that this governing body never was told about, with $26 million in our bonding fund and $13 million in the sewer bonding fund. Maybe, just maybe, if this governing body knew about that and some of this extra money, we might have voted to close some of those accounts and use some of that money and adopted a budget sooner. The administration never even told us. Did any of my colleagues up here know? Anyone know that these two things existed? Then we have everyone says about the financial audit, and we can't talk about it yet. It's going to come out. But that financial audit already gave us 10 times our money, because over and over we were told we had all the trust funds. Remember, everyone? Over and over, these are all the trust funds. We got fought to do the audit, and a week, I think, after we voted yes to do the audit, 2 trust funds popped up worth $1.5 million. So we already got 10 times our money that I will bet my bottom dollar that we never would have known about those 2 trust funds. So I don't want to keep up time updating Chapter 99. So I'm going to be calling tonight at council privilege for us to do a special meeting in the next week, give my council colleagues 3 dates to choose from where we do nothing but close all of these files that we've been trying to work on for years that some of my colleagues and administrators have just kept us spinning in circles. So I'll be asking my colleagues to hold that special meeting next week. Majority rules. If some of my colleagues aren't available on Zoom, too bad. So I'm going to be voting no for that reason. When I see we make changes and fixes, I will then change my mind. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mayor,
Councilwoman?
I have to say that I think, and this is not directed at our new administration. He came into, and I'll let you fill in the blank what word I want to put in there, show. But administration after administration, this is not since 2023. This is 30 years of nonsense, of the good old boys network, one hand washes another. Name one cost-saving measure that any previous administration suggested. Just one. You can't. You can't. We failed you because we should have been meeting every day to do a budget. But yet we had some colleagues that said, oh no, well, let's not meet till after the forensic audit, knowing full well when a budget is supposed to be introduced. Then we have others that just can't come to a meeting. We should have been meeting, and from day one, and I said this at the onset, before this budget process, and I'm glad that Gary now agrees, we need to start it before the year ends. And we need to have parameters, not just put in this number. You want a zero, you want a, whatever the three categories we are to have a budget. Think back. Every single solitary year, the first budget meeting, the next budget meeting, the salary numbers are all wrong. How does that happen? You know what the raises were, you know what the step raises, but we're not talking by a little bit. And if you don't think budgets are inflated, look at last year, bare bones budget. The first budget transfer that we did in November 1st, we took $500,000 out of the police salary line. That's almost a tax point. Don't tell me there's no fluff in this budget. Take the budget transfers each year and see where the money is over. Look at it. Revenues are understated and costs are overstated. That's all I have. We can't just keep doing this on the backs of taxpayers. I mean, I'm sure I almost had a heart attack when I opened my tax bill. My quarterly tax bill is now what my taxes were on an annual basis when I chose to move to Clifton. That's sinful.
Councilman Kolodziej.
Yeah, Mayor, and I commiserate with Councilman Sachko. Mine too. My taxes now are higher than my actual mortgage payment, and that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. But I will say that I also agree with you about past councils handing us what is essentially a bag of poop, right? Because, I mean, the last council had the opportunity to do something about the garbage contract that we could have improved efficiency on, and instead we maintained the status quo, and now we're seeing $600,000 increase in garbage this year, on top of the $600,000 from the year before, on top of the $2 million that it spiked because we decided to maintain the status quo. So I completely agree with you, but we can't build a better past. We can only build a better future. We do that by focusing on the present. We do that by supporting the actions in the present. So I just want to correct a couple misstatements that we heard. First is that the trust funds that were referred to, they're reported every year in the audit that's provided by that gentleman's firm. So it's there in plain sight for everyone to see. It's been there since it got created. So we're talking about decades of it's not hidden, it's always been there. And then the other misstatement is this particular budget does reduce vehicles by $300,000. So we may not have figured out what vehicles we're getting rid of yet, but we've already said we expect to get $300,000 worth of vehicles removed. So I think it's clear that we don't mislead the public and tell them that, we're still buying cars like crazy. We're not. That went down. And that somehow we found trust funds that, were hidden from us because they weren't. And I think it's very important that we don't mislead the public on the facts. With that said, I will make a motion to adopt the budget as introduced.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilman D'Amato?
I'm going to explain my vote during my council privilege, but the gist of it is I'm always going to focus on my vision for Clifton, which is a great place for working class people to buy a home and raise their family. So with that objective in mind and a more detailed explanation to come during my privilege, I'm voting no on this budget.
Councilman Gibson?
I'm voting no on this budget.
Councilman Kalojay?
You can't be without a budget, so yes.
Councilman Latona?
No.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula? Mayor Grabowski?
No.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
3 yes, 4 no. Motion failed.
Okay.
So Jeff, do you want to explain what that means?
At this point, the governing body may accept the proposed cuts of the city manager or other cuts. If they do accept the cuts of the city manager, they will have to approve that by resolution. You can, at the next meeting, in the meantime, go over other cuts that you may wish to make. If the city does not adopt the budget within a reasonable period of time, the Division of Local Government Services will send a letter with a deadline of when you must adopt the budget. If the budget is not adopted at that date of that deadline, the division will come in and review the budget, and the director will certify a tax rate. He will not do your budget. He will certify what he believes is a prudent tax levy to fund the expenses of the city for '25. It doesn't necessarily mean he accepts what you introduced. He could decrease the levy, but you must understand he also can increase it. Once he certifies that tax levy, that's the levy that is going to be certified into the tax bills and what the residents are going to pay. And then the governing body will have to develop a budget around that certified tax rate. But I just want to make it very clear that the director could increase the levy if he feels that you've used too much surplus, that you maximize too much of the revenues, that you didn't provide sufficient appropriations to fund the operating costs. So that's where you stand right now, without an adopted budget or without presenting an amendment tonight to be considered and be voted on at a later date.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. DiMarzo, we're okay with this now?
Yes, if that's the will of the board, then that's the process and path that you have taken.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it?
All right, for the sake of, well, Councilman Gibson is still here, we have a few action items that will also reflect the resolutions. We'll do them really quickly.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Because Councilman Gibson is still with us, we're going to go through just a couple last action items, which also reflect the resolutions in case he has to sign off, and then we'll open it up to the public. So we're on action item, I think.
22.
22.
22.
So that's authorization for appointment of hearing officer.
Mayor, I'm making a motion to table this.
I'll second that.
Any objections?
But I have a quick question on this before we do.
Well,
Well, just really quick, Mayor, to you, to the city manager. Why is this proposal and why is the city manager not the hearing officer?
What? I can't.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Why isn't usually the city manager the hearing officer?
It's always better to have an outside influence. I work with those gentlemen all day long. I work with the police department, the fire department. So in my experience, a hearing officer should be independent. I can review things. I am the appointing authority, so I have the ultimate sign-off. But it kind of goes back to your logic, right? So if I'm the judge and the jury and the hearing, and where is the independence and where is a kind of a different voice? So this gentleman here has a specific. It's in your bookshelf, so to speak, right? So he's not the specific hearing officer. He's just one that we can use if we have specific police department matters. The recommendation of our labor council and the other attorneys was that let's bring in the specialty guy if one is conflict or one needs some specialty insight, we could use that. But yes, my role in this particular form of government, as I see it, is I am the appropriate authority, the appointing authority, and I have the ultimate sign-off if it goes forward or not, based on some independent hearings and documents that I can review. And I can sit in as well. So if I'm sitting in, it just to me, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable that I don't have an independent role.
Understood, thank you. So why are we moving to tabling? I'm just curious, what are we waiting for to make a decision? Why are we tabling?
Did you look at a resume?
Why are we tabling?
She's asking why you wanted to table
I
it.
was trying to save on time. I just want, for me personally, more time to look at this. I still have some reservations that the hearing officer being recommended is an active police chief and city manager in another town. So you have a city manager and a police chief bringing an employee up on charges, and your independent hearing officer is another active police chief, city manager. So I'm not totally against it, but it just doesn't give me the warm and fuzzy, and I'd like to hear from the police chief and maybe the police department or the union and get their input, but it just doesn't, so that's my reasoning why.
Okay, so we have a
Let's
motion.
move on.
We have a motion to table and a second. Any objections? Okay, A23, authorization to reject the RFP for professional planner services.
I'll make that motion to reject.
Second.
Discussion?
Discussion.
What is the reason for the rejection?
My reason is performance relative to a few of the prior interactions with the company. There was some disagreement over a past home project that was to be funded. There was no explanation relative to giving to the board why it was disregarded, and it was close to $400,000. So if you took that over the life of that contract, and it's a minimum of 3-year or 4-year contract for a 12-16, you're talking $1.6 million that was not added to the COA fund that could have been offset with COA fees, and so I never got a complete explanation. Subsequent to that, the notices that to please correct were delayed, and so there was a hard stop at the state level, so we lost the opportunity to then have the state reconsider the application. I missed it by 2 or 3 days, and so a culmination of those particular factors and plus the fact that she was the only one, if you went out to RFP, She was the only company that voted. So I was not too pleased with the performance, and I'm asking the board to open it up to other companies. The internal staff stays the same. This is just the consulting company that provides the community block development grants and the home programs.
And we've been documenting these issues?
Yes, it was that the conversation of that $300,000 was well documented and sent to the board relative to the correspondences to the state back and forth.
And I think that what you're referring to also required matching funds, correct?
Well, the matching funds we could have used, we already have those funds available, and that was another disappointment, I would say, that they didn't realize that 25% of that $400,000 could have been offset with existing funds that we already had in the co-accounts.
Councilman?
No, if I just can finish my thought, Mayor, because my concern here is, and I'm not opposed to going out. I mean, we didn't do it for CME engineering, but we're going to do it now, so that, that's good. We're getting back on the right track. But my concern is that we're talking about a $1.2 million grant. And it's a $1.2 million grant that helps multiple organizations that serve our disadvantaged community here in Clifton. We're talking about money that's now going to be in jeopardy for the Boys and Girls Club, money that's going to be in jeopardy for St. Peter's Haven, money that's going to be in jeopardy for homeless outreach, for literacy programs, for senior citizen services. And so it would seem to me that if you're telling me that we have in-house the license or whatever is required to be able to make sure that we're not going to lose $1.2 million, then I understand and I would move forward. But I think I would feel more comfortable with awarding this contract for 3 months instead of a year to make sure that we don't lose $1.2 million for all of those organizations that reach out to our vulnerable population.
Well, I can reassure you that on A28, that is the document that I signed as the administrative agent. That is the $1.2 million CBG grant that you're referring to. That authorization will give interim authority for me. The documents have already been signed and generated to the city clerk's office and has to be in the state by the 15th. So those documents I made sure were already completed before the term ended with this former firm, and that based upon the acceptance of A28, the signature is wet and will be mailed to the state by the 15th.
And we're not going to have any problems meeting the reporting requirements? Your office is going to take care of that also?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so we have motion and,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep it, but just for one other reason, I want to put on the record for me while I'm looking for a new direction, besides all the things we're talking about, right? So when we want to make changes, that whole insanity doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. For a couple of years, we tried to update our zoning laws, zoning rules, still waiting the city man, with the mayor, with the master plan. Going into year 3, I've always said, it is on purposely done that they don't want to update zoning rules, zoning laws, master plans, and keep it gray, because that's what keeps that machine flowing of those professional service contractors, traffic studies, engineer studies, and everything. So, just to clear up on that, the one big reason I'm looking for a new direction is after 2 years, if everyone remembers in January, I said to the administration, 30 days, schedule a meeting. We're updating our zoning laws. No more BS. Do it. Well, the day of the meeting, the day that we're going to have the meeting after a month, an hour before, not that the administration had any right to cancel it, the meeting was canceled because one of the lawyers had a conflict. Okay? So there was another delay. Then, during that month until the meeting was rescheduled, a controversial application was submitted during that time, which then grandfathers you and changes everything else. So that day, if anyone gets the minutes, and Mayor, you were at that meeting, we asked within 30 days, we were told by Ms. Hartman, we would have the top 5 or 6 changes for zoning to present to this council to make changes and fix things. We were assured over and over, double, triple, 4 times asked. Unless I missed something, January 28th equals March 1st, and we're in August. we never got them. So I am willing and happy to try a new direction. And that's all I have.
Mayor, I think the city manager said it best. We lost a grant opportunity. It was never even presented to this council. She decided that we should get this grant and gave it to the mayor to sign, and we lost the grant. Not for 1 year, but multiply that 3 or 4 year where the contract was. And I know it was the year before told, because I was told that. So there's reason enough. Under our form of government, that is a decision of this governing body. It is not by an outside consultant.
Or mayor.
Right, so on 823, we have a motion and a second. Any objections?
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to object just on the grounds of I don't believe it conforms with local public contracts law, but I agree with everything that I just heard.
Okay, objection noted. 824, authorization to approve an ordinance to amend landscape permits and dumping fees.
Mayor,
Move it.
well, I was going to make a motion to amend, but he made a motion to move it, so I will hold on.
Okay. So give it a second and then make the motion to amend.
All right, so I'll second it and make an motion to amend. If everyone remembers last council meeting, we told the administration to have 2 ordinances prepared, one to raise the rates, and one to eliminate. To the administration, I'm happy with all the great progress we're making, but I've been on military last week and this week, and when you get an order to do something, you do it. And we specifically clearly said to have both, and both of them are in here. There's only one to raise the rates, and then on top of that, the number's already put in, so we would actually have to change it again today. So before we make a motion to raise the rates, I'd like to make a motion to amend the ordinance to end the practice of private landscapers dumping at DPW.
I'll second that gladly. We can't be doing this. We can't be losing money.
For
So, and
clarification,
first of all, I don't even know why we're doing
the
this.
motion-
Because it's an ordinance reading on for first reading. So I think that has to be voted down or tabled. And I agree, for the next meeting, if there is a vote now to put a resolution or an ordinance or to remove that ordinance from our code. I don't know if it has to be an ordinance or it can be a resolution.
Oh, we had just 1 second, I think we have,
Mr. O'Regan, does it need to be amended, or does it need to be, that motion, can it be amended, or does it need to be
There's a
redone?
motion on the floor.
So Mayor, for clarification, I need clarification, Tony, on the motion you just made. Your motion is to amend it or to do away with the entire program?
Abolish.
My motion is to amend the ordinance to do away with the program.
To abolish it.
Yes.
So you're just looking to do away with the program, not what's in front of
As far as we know, we're the
you? So
only
there's no
city that
amendment?
allows
Because what's in
private
front of you is an amendment,
Dumping
right? Fees. Well, I'm not in favor of
Right,
that.
so
I think
you
that
can vote
is,
no.
yes, I know what I can do. Thank you. Thank you for the
So
clarification.
to legal, can we just get clarification? Can that motion be amended, or do we need to do?
So if the motion to amend is seconded, then the amendments can be voted on.
Okay.
Ordinances, when they're introduced technically by title only, we say. So the body of the ordinance isn't being voted on tonight. We're essentially voting to introduce the concept of the ordinance. When there's a second meeting, which is the public hearing, that's when the ordinance needs to be correct.
Okay, so then
So-
my
Wait,
motion stands.
So
Wait, but
if
I
your
have a
motion-
question.
Sure.
No, I'm not letting it go, because this is an existing ordinance. We're not introducing a new ordinance, we're amending an existing ordinance. So you're telling me, from first reading, and boy, wish I could have a time clock and show all the ones that couldn't vote it on the second time because it had voted. So we could vote on this tonight, and then second reading, vote to abolish it? That's changing it. You can't.
No, that's not
We would
that's
do that
not what I
tonight.
understood the motion to be. I understood Councilman Latona's motion to be to make a motion to amend. If that is passed, then the actual amendment, what you want to change in this ordinance, can be voted on. That's what the second reading would contain. It would reflect whatever the direction was given during that motion.
And I just want to say, do you see by not following the governing body's directive how much time is being wasted by not having both for this governing body to vote on?
So I would like to add to the conversation here, because again, we don't want to mislead the public. The vote that was taken did not pass. It was 3-2, and it requires 4 votes to pass something. So the majority of this council did not direct administration to come up with 2 ordinances. And in defense of administration, they were not told, because there weren't 4 people that told them, write 2 things, and let's spend the money duplicating effort, when it makes more sense to come to consensus about what we want to see. Now, adding to the original ordinance that we have before us and not to the amendment, which again, the correction is the directive was not for administration to write to. The other issue is that we have the ability here to make money. We talk about the need for alternative revenue sources, and if we know that the market requires a private sector charges $17 a yard, and we can sit here and charge $16 a yard, so they're saving $1, and they're bringing it to us, and it only costs us $15 to get rid of it, well, then we just made $1 off of that cubic yard. In fact, you know what? I'll take the stuff that's coming in from Nutley also, and from Passaic and from any other town, because now we're making money that we can use to offset taxes.
And can I add one thing, Councilman? In this resolution, we're starting to put in the language that the fee schedule can be changed by resolution. So if it's not,
We can react to market conditions. Exactly. And so we sit up on this dais and we talk about how we want to, help the taxpayers, and we talk about finding alternative revenue sources, and now we just want to abolish the entire program rather than figure out a way to make some money off of this. And therein lies our problem.
Mayor, call the question. A vote was taken to amend it, to abolish this program. Tony made the motion, and I seconded it. Call the question.
Roll call, I can't vote on it, so.
So the
You should
clerk
be
will call
setting
it.
off the dais.
Yeah,
You should
Mayor,
you should be
if you're not
getting
gonna
off the
vote, you
dais
should step
because
off
in
the
my
dais.
first term, they took me to court because I didn't leave the dais. I guess it changes now.
2 sets of rules.
2 sets of rules.
Just get off the dais, right?
Not for my stake, according to the law.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please? On the amendment.
Councilman D'Amato.
I feel like if it were the prolific revenue generator it was being presented as, it would be happening all around us in other towns, neighboring towns, and it isn't. So I'm going to vote yes.
Councilman Gibson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay.
We promised people we're going to figure out a way to make more money, and then we're going to vote against making more money. It makes 0 sense to me. No to the amendment.
Councilman Latona.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino.
Exactly what Councilman Kalojay say. We're saying we need revenue generators, but let's cost the taxpayers more money and do away with the program. Absolutely not.
Councilwoman Sadrakula.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. We're taking revenue, or taking grass clippings from God only knows where. And of course, I'm voting to abolish this lost leader that requires so much maintenance and time and effort.
4-2. Motion passes.
So then we need to vote on the ordinance itself with the amendment.
Okay, so 825, authorization to appoint a member of Clifton Action Committee.
The Mayor, we still
Move
need-
it.
I'm sorry.
We still need to finish. What was approved was the amendment. So now we need to approve the first reading of the ordinance as amended.
Okay, I need a motion then.
I'll make the same motion.
Mayor, you should, if you're not going to vote, you should step off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make the same motion.
Second.
Roll call, please, Kathy.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay?
Pay attention to how people vote, because actions don't lie. No.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
This is totally targeted towards the mayor, in my opinion, absolutely not.
Councilwoman Sadrakula?
Of course, I'm voting to abolish this loss-leading program.
Mayor Grabowski has no vote. It's 4-2, passed.
Mayor,
Should we vote again?
Mayor? Yes. Mayor,
Yes.
there was a comment made that this was led to you. I want you to know personally that from me to you, this was not against you. I just felt that absolutely was uncalled for.
It's not new. Let's move on.
I agree with you, Bill. It was uncalled for.
Okay, moving on. Authorization to appoint a member of Clifton Action Committee.
Move it.
Second.
No objections. 826, authorization to...
Move it.
Second.
No objections. 827, authorization to approve street fair application for Clifton Historical Botany.
Move it.
Second.
Second.
No objections. 828, authorization to approve consolidation. plan.
Move it.
Second.
It's also a resolution. 829, authorization to adopt the 2025 Passaic hazard.
Move it.
No objections. And 830, authorization to approve sewer connection fee.
Second.
Okay, no objections.
I'm going to, just real quick, I'm going to move that. If someone wants a second, I just...
I'll
want to
second
clean something
it.
up.
The sewer.
So just, I'm voting yes tonight. I reached out for some question to the administration for the public as we talk about real revenue generators. Why this didn't come up in our sewer studies over the years, from researching other towns, we were charging a couple $100 maybe for a sewer connection fee, maybe. With this new resolution following other towns, it will be $2,500. So if a one-family ranch turns into 15 condos, they're adding, right, all the stress into the system. We used to put it all on the residents, people. We are making changes. Somehow, some way, the developers always got, the side deals. We are fixing this. You build 50 units. By the size, we're going to start getting $2,000, $2,500 a unit, where we might have used to gotten $100 or $200. So this is actually going to be a real generator. Not a dollar, a cubic yard, but hundreds of thousands at least into the system. So I'm passing it, bless you. But I do have some questions before it comes up for final vote that I want to make sure that there's no loopholes for the developers moving forward. That's it.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
This only pertains to new sewer hookups.
That is correct.
So just to clarify, it was 2 years ago, my sewer line collapsed, and I had to hire a company that came out, and they dug out the broken pipe, and they put in a new pipe, and it was a significant amount of money, and they took care of all the permitting that needed to be done. You're not, a homeowner like me that just got handed a $15,000 bill is now not going to get handed an additional $2,500 for a sewer hookup, correct?
I don't believe that a replacement of an existing connection would incur a charge. I think it's only, we only get usually like 2 to 3 or 4 of these a year because most of our properties are developed and there are existing connections. This would just be a new connection into the main.
And lastly, just for one thing on that, this is also, when someone takes a one-bedroom ranch, 1,500 square foot home, and turns it into an 8,000 square foot McMansion, and they add 6 bedrooms, right, everyone? How much more stress were they putting into the system? In the past, they really weren't paying. It was all on the residents. So this is another fix that when someone does that, that square footage, whether it's residential, whether it's commercial, will be calculated to start putting it more on if someone, builds onto their property and changes it, whether it's residential or commercial.
But that's contrary to the answer that we just heard from the attorney.
You didn't say, Joe, you're adding a second and third story to your house. I mean, you're a pretty smart guy. I just start to get this feeling you're just always filibustering everything, but
No, I'm not
I'll let you ask
filibustering.
questions.
Thank you.
You're
I
a pretty
appreciate-
smart guy. We're not talking about a direct connection. We just had another conversation. If you add a second or third story to your home, or we take a piece of property like Mount Prospect or 522 Valley that used to be a single-family home and you turn it into 18 condos, you will now pay a fee per unit to fund the sewer system, right?
So not to pick on Councilman D'Amato, but I'm going to use him as a hypothetical example. Councilman D'Amato now has 3 little Sal's running around in his house, and he realizes, I ain't got enough room for 3 little Sal's. And so he winds up putting an addition onto his home, and that addition includes a bathroom, because, 1 bathroom's not cutting it. There's 5 of us running around his house. Councilman D'Amato would pay $2,500?
All right. I got nothing else, Mayor.
So there's a formula that both Passaic Valley uses, and the city mirrors their formula. And they base a dwelling unit on 3 bedrooms. So if you were to add a 4th bedroom onto that home, that may incur an additional sewer fee. If you have 2 bedrooms and you add a 3rd, you're not going to incur a fee for that.
So then potentially, in Councilman D'Amato's hypothetical case, he's now got to pay an additional $2,500 because he wants to stay in Clifton, and we're now going to discourage him from investing in his property, which, by the way, once you get done building that addition, you're going to get an assessment, and your taxes are going to go up anyway. But we're now going to discourage the councilman from fixing up his house to accommodate his family's needs because this ordinance says, based on a formula, he's now not going to be charged $400. He's going to be charged $2,500.
Mayor?
It could have that effect.
Mayor? Are you kidding? Are you absolutely kidding me? Look around Clifton. People are spending $1.5 million for a house, tearing it down, and in fact, in my neighborhood, they just paid $2.5 and the house is supposedly coming down, to put a new house up. They submit plans to the building department. They're not going to build this new house because they have to pay the fees to the building department. It's the same thing. You're right, Andy. It's a flow chart. Every room, every use has it. You gotta be kidding me. You think a person that's gonna take a house and that was a 2-bedroom house and put 6 bathrooms, 8 bedrooms, and don't laugh because it is happening, is gonna stop building that house because they might have to pay another fee like they have to do for how do you think the building permits are based on? The cost of the addition, the cost of everything. You think it's going to stop them? We just had a whole discussion about revenue, but now we don't want to do this revenue. We don't want to do it. It's like talk out of one side and talk out of the other.
Let's move on.
No, Councilwoman, I completely agree with you. I do. The person who's going to build $1.5 million mansion, that's $2,500 is not going to stop them. But my concern is not the guy who's got enough money to build $1.5 million mansion. My concern is protecting the person who's going to struggle to make a $50,000 addition and now has to pay an extra $2,500. And I think that there's going to be some collateral damage to the way this ordinance is currently written, and that I think we need to look at those unintended consequences so that we don't wind up forcing people like Councilman D'Amato in my hypothetical situation to have to move out of town because he can't afford to do right by his family. I completely agree with this. I completely agree with the idea that we should be bringing in this additional revenue, absolutely 100%. Same way that we should be bringing in the other revenue as well. But now I'm hearing the attorney tell us this happens 2 or 3 times a year, and so it's not going to be tens of thousands of dollars. It happens 2 or 3 times a year. That's $7,500. And I can tell you right now, $1 a cubic yard will lap $7,500, no question. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this, but I want to know that we're protecting the little guy. No one else may be interested in that, but I think that we need to take a look at what this says and what it's going to do to the average person who's just looking to put on a lousy 500 square foot addition and an extra bathroom on their house. Is that the
Mayor.
people we want to make money off of?
Mayor, call the question. It was motion made and second.
Councilman D'Amato?
I hear Councilman Kaloje's point, and I even respect it and understand it. But putting an addition on my house is a choice. Taxes I have to pay, so I'm going to voting yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Councilman Kaloje?
I'm going to tentatively vote yes to introduce this, and I will send my questions to administration to address when we look to have the second hearing.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
7-0, passed.
Okay, since meeting is we're going to suspend some of the rules, we're going to open up the floor to the public, since it is already 9:35. So anyone who wishes to be heard, please come up and state your name, address, and 5-minute limit, please.
And just a reminder, everyone, we got the clipboard to sign in to the side, so when you're next to speak, you can be ready as the next speaker.
Tom Whittles, Clifton, New Jersey. I'm here to talk about something tonight, and I understand that this body does not get involved in the day-to-day operations of what goes on in the city with regards to employees and department heads. But I want to bring to your attention some issues that came up over the past several months. My wife recently retired from the city of Clifton after 21 years.
Excuse me, Mr. Whittles, excuse me, Mr. Can you hold it down over here? There's no talking when someone is speaking.
Prior to her retirement, there were some issues that occurred with regards to bullying, intimidation, harassment by department heads and supervisors. I've spoken to some of the members of council. I've spoken to members of the legal team. I spoke to Nick Villano, who actually helped me prior to him leaving. I spoke to an attorney, and that attorney gave me some pretty sound advice. That advice was, sue the city. You could sue the city, or your wife could retire. My wife took the high road and decided to retire. I would have taken on the fight because I was prepared. And I have a file. This is the file right here. I'm willing to share with anybody. The emails, the threats, the threats on the emails that say, you'll face disciplinary action. I look at the records department where my wife worked, and I know you've already paid out lawsuits over there for employees. I know that. And I know that they hire, you're a cop, you become a sergeant, you have to take a test. You become a lieutenant, you have to take a test. You become a captain, you have to take a test. You become a supervisor in the records department, all you have to do is have longevity. There's no test, you have no supervisory experience, and all you do is abuse the employees. Every email that comes out of that department, and I have copies of them, in bold letters say, follow this directive or face disciplinary action. That's sick. That is no way to run a city. That is no way to treat your employees. It starts from that side of the building, and I understand that side of the building is being dealt with regards to the personnel office, right over to that side of the building. My wife got written up once for notifying the city manager about a broken door. She was written up and told she violated the chain of command. My wife says, what the hell do I know about the chain of command? I'm a legal secretary. I'm not a sworn officer. What are you talking about? And she was brought into a room and bullied by the supervisor and 2 ranking members of this police department. That's disgusting. I waited a month until after she retired before I brought this to the board, to the council. But this council needs to look into the things that go on in these departments and how the employees are being treated, because they're not being treated fairly. So I would ask you to take a hard look at it, speak to your legal people, speak to your current city manager, This got to be fixed. And again, I have the records, and I'll share it with anybody. Whoever wants to see it, I have no problem sharing it. But this has to be resolved. Thank you.
Get a copy to Kathleen to share with us. Thank you.
Make sure you send it to us.
Reminder, folks, if you're going to be speaking, next we speak, if you can sign in and be ready. What's that noise?
Henry Chelazinski, Clifton, New Jersey. Cheese and crap on a cracker. Where do I begin tonight? This is like, I'm going to put a little bit of salve on your wounds. I know the villagers are gathering outside with the pitchforks and the torches over the taxes. But for 30 years, you had a wolf in sheep's clothing sitting here. And as a parting gift, despite walks on Dwazline Road weren't enough, all the other things that happened weren't enough. You've been handed a leaky bag of crapola. The can was kicked down the road for 30 years. Instead of raising the taxes a minuscule amount every year to cover the spread, I want to be popular. I don't want to raise taxes. My friends, the developers, can't afford this. So nothing got done, nothing got accomplished until now. All of a sudden, it's like a black hole. It gets sucked in and it stops, and you are handed this leaky bag of crapola that you now have to fix. You're going to face the wrath and the ire of the villagers. They're going to be hanging you and burning you in effigy, and it's not your fault. You've been handed this. There is so much political patronage going on in my neighborhood, and I've notified the 7 of you. I've given you pictures on what basement escape wells are supposed to look like. Nothing's been done. I've invited each and every one of you to come and walk my dog with me and take a look at what's going on in town. Zoning laws don't exist. Ordinances don't exist. Building department visits don't exist. You want to start bringing things under control? It's time to start doing personnel evaluations of the department heads. It's been done for 20 years in the fire department, and nobody's died from a bad evaluation. It's a training tool. It's not a punitive tool. Start enforcing the crappy ordinances and zoning codes we have. I've been telling you about garbage, about recycling. I covertly got a couple of the orange stickers that go on the garbage bags. Put them on some of the garbage bags that obviously were filled with recyclables. Garbage men took them. Nobody's telling the garbage contractor what he can or cannot do, and it's costing me money, and it's costing each and every one of you money. You're paying taxes for a garbage contract that's supposed to be aware of what's recyclable and what's not, and they're wasting your money because there's nobody around here that gives a rat's ass about it. This is 30 years of a wolf in sheep's clothing kicking the can down the road. To help a friend out, he hires employees from other towns and brings the baggage with them. Who's holding the bag? We're holding the bag. Why is this allowed to happen? Okay, it's happened. It's now time. The 7 of you need to start putting your foot down and start running the city the way the city's supposed to be run. No more of this patronage. No more allowing department heads to run amok. I've seen it, and I'm not even going to get into detail. I've spoken to some of you on the side, which departments are really going to hell with themselves. Things just don't get done. About the only place I see anything positive happening is with DPW. And that's because they're given free rein to fix things. They don't need engineers. It's broke, fix it, do a good job, done. And we just saved a ton of money doing it. The rest of the city, it's going to hell, and I'm sorry. You folks, you 7 are going to be paying the price for this, for 30 years of abuse, neglect, and I want to be popular and get reelected. That was a wolf in sheep's clothing sitting here. I wish I could get the $300,000 back for the spike walks, because that would have put pathways around the park. Have a good night, kids.
Good evening, Gary Perino, Clifton. Bill Gibson, good to see you, my friend, and I can't wait for the day that you're sitting back here and I'll pat you on the back and shake your hands. Anyways, Happy Gilmore #2. My family saw it the other day, filmed in Clifton, New Jersey. Good work, Chris. Maybe someone could answer a question for me. When Mr. Villano was appointed the city manager, was there a national search? Was there a statewide search? Or was he just appointed as part of the Good Old Boy Network? I'd like someone that was here before to let me know about that.
I need to scan it.
Well, anyways, I attended the Clifton Night Out last night, the first time I ever did it, and what a great presentation it was. I got to speak to our police chief, and let me tell you, the police chief is a real gentleman and he's a real professional. And I wanted to talk to him about, there was an incident at my house not too long ago, and there was a patrolman that came, his name is Winston. And when I was speaking to him, he was at his booth, and there was about 10 or 12 other police officers there, and they kind of crowded around, and they said, what's going on? I said, I just wanted to tell you, he is one of the most professional police officers I've ever met. He's understanding, he's caring, he's well-to-do. And I guess I made a sad mistake, because I said to the chief, I said, if he's not on the promotions list, he ought to be, because that represents Clifton. I found out he was just appointed not too long ago. He's one of the new recruits. And if that's any indication of the quality, the assets that these patrolmen bring to the city of Clifton, it's well worth it, and I thank him. And in fact, one of the police officers there says, I was his trainer. So I said, you did a good job as well. And that's not limited just to the police department, the fire department. On the Brighton Road station, there's a firefighter called Dean, and I'm sorry, I don't know his last name, but he is a consummate professional as well. And I found out that he's in the Air Force, and he serves both the city and the country. And I say the same thing to Councilman Latona. This gentleman over here has served our city and our nation, and I think he deserves a little more respect than what's going on up here, and I find that to be disgusting. And if you're a Seinfeld fan, my friend, I found myself today in the back there saying, serenity now, serenity now. So I give that as the advice. 100 days, Mr. City Manager, job well done. All right, now let's get to the negative stuff. This weekend, Airbnbs. If you want to stay with Max for $324, 2 nights, he's a full-time chauffeur, and he has a picture of his house. Or Kenneth, he's a super host. So you know what that means? He's done this before, and he's offering a king-size bed. For the first week of September, you can have an apartment with a queen-size bed for $303 a night for 2 nights. A repeat offender, Kenneth, I've seen him before, $160 for 2 nights, or a queen-size bed for $172. You see, he's got optional rooms. You can stay in an RV for $245 for 2 nights. Last but not least, Jenabelle. She's been there before. She's back. $145 for 2 nights. Real bargain. You can see her photo. Why do we have an ordinance? I thought that this was being done and this was going to be, this ordinance was going to be adhered to. If we're not going to adhere to it, let's take it off the books because it's getting to be absurd. Selective enforcement. What about $500 a day for having this stuff? If we don't have this, let's take it off the books. Have a good night.
Thank you.
How are you guys this evening? So I've come here today because I want to discuss something for the upcoming...
Please state your name and your address.
Jacqueline Potter for 651 Van Houten Avenue. So what I want to discuss was for the upcoming school year for September, and I've already gone to the Board of Ed meeting, so I'm trying to clarify some things too. I've seen a lot of things happen with getting kids on the school bus. Cars been going around, beeping, honking. Last time my kid got on the bus, I saw a van literally go around and almost hit another van and then speed off. So my thing is that if we're trying to keep everybody safe and do everything we need to do for the kids, what are we doing for the kids that are getting on the bus on the busy streets of Van Houten, Clifton Ave? I've spoken to many parents, and this has always been a couple of things that have been happening for the past 6 years. I've called many people. I've tried to get things situated, try to understand things, and I've always been told, I need to be out there 10 minutes before to wait for the bus. I legally cannot be outside 10 minutes before my daughter suffers from seizures and other medical conditions. I cannot be outside 10 minutes before. I have all medical notes. It's all in her IEP. And I've been told many, many times, you still need to be outside. My issue is, what are we doing to help the kids be safe getting on and off the bus, depending on whatever time it is and day and everything, and to keep everybody safe, and to also do what we need to do coming September for the buses? Because I know this has been an ongoing thing because it's been 6 years. I have the emails and I have everything of the gaslit and everything else. I've gone through all the circles. That's why I'm here, to find a better solution for the kids, especially the special needs kids in this town. So my thing is that this is something really that needs to be looked into more so than what it is being now, because I know there are many, at least 10 people that I know of that with their IEPs have been disrupted because of the bus schedule and trying to make sure the kids get on and off and go, oh no, it needs to be like this. No, if you have door to door, then if you have accommodations for it, you should have accommodations for it. You shouldn't have residents beeping, honking, and doing everything they possibly can. Just let us get the kids on the bus and then go about your way. Just wait. It's not a big deal. Just wait, because you don't know if that honking or beeping or anything is going to trigger a seizure. Somebody's ADHD is going to go off, and then the powers have to situate that. There's not enough powers on the bus to situate that. So my question is that going forward in September, is anything going to be done with the major roads like Van Houten, Clifton Ave, major roads? Are we going to do anything to keep the kids safe to get on and off the bus with not having to deal with this every single year? It's every single year. It's the same issue for 6 years since I moved to Van Houten. So I just want something done and safe for all the kids in the town, because that's my main concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, council members. Councilman Gibson, good to see you. I hope you recover well. I hope you make it home soon, brother. So I wanted to address the council as well as the members of Clifton real quick. For those of you guys that don't know me, my name is Billy Prempe. I am the Republican candidate for Congress running to represent New Jersey's 9th District in 2026. And I wanted to share a few things about me if you guys aren't aware of it. In 2020, I ran the first time. We got 31% of the vote, 41% of the vote in 2022. And in 2024, we were short under 4% of the vote. And I believe that I will be your next congressman in 2026. Now, another good thing about that is the district has not had good Republican representation for almost 30 plus years. And within under 5 years, I think we've been able to push our message forward, as well as get a lot of people on our side to show that we can flip this district. But I've noticed that there's been a lot of distractions, unfortunately, here in the city of Clifton, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to stop by. The first thing that I've noticed that's actually that a lot of citizens have been calling me about is they've been asking about a current distraction that I think some of you members here on the council have been dealing with, as well as some of the members of the city of Clifton. Councilwoman Rosemary Pino, I meant to say, I'm sorry about that. Councilwoman Pino not only has brought chaos into these same walls of this chamber, whether it be holding up city time, arguing with her constituents, or even using violence, unfortunately, to try and push her motives across. The thing that I find very interesting about that is in 2024, we had the opportunity to bring some positive representation here to the 9th District in 2024, but for whatever reason, you saw that as an opportunity to go and support the opponent, not even 8 months ago, Nellie Poe, to represent the 9th District, and now you're coming out saying that you are the conservative choice to represent the 9th District. So just to make sure that I understand what you're trying to say here, and you're not operating as a wolf in sheep's clothing, as one of the other constituents said earlier today, how is it possible that the people of the 9th District can put their trust in you when you ran as a Democrat initially, you turned your back on your base, you ran as a Republican, and in 2024, when you had the opportunity to help push our country forward, you instead backstabbed the base again in 2024, and now you're looking forward to do that again in 2026. I even reached out to you earlier in the year, and I asked you, Rosemary, I have no problem with you running, and I think it's great that there's competition in the 9th District, and I told you back in May, if you are planning on running, I would love to debate you, and I think that the constituents of our district have the right to hear what both sides have to say. I wrote you that in May, you said nothing, but then June 10th, you wrote me back, and then you announced, unbeknownst to me, I was one of the last people to find out that you decided to jump into the race. And I wrote you again, and I asked you, Nellie, Rosemary, are you looking forward to a debate? Will you debate me? And you didn't respond to that, so I figured the best way to actually have that discussion was to bring it directly to you in your own city that you are a sitting councilwoman. And so the 12th of this month is the Republican Club meeting. I look forward to seeing you there. I really hope that you do attend. And I look forward to hearing your answer at the Republican Club meeting, man, all right? And for the members of the council, I know elections are coming up in 2026. I wish you all the best. And for the people that are at home watching this, you have an opportunity to have some legitimate, transparent, and trusted and proven representation in the 9th District in Billy Prempe. And for council, you may have a new councilwoman as well, too. So looking forward to that. On the 12th, I look forward to hearing your response. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Surloff. I live on Friar Lane. Since I moved to Clifton in 2017, I have had an issue with the water that I've tried to resolve with the Passaic Water Valley company. I have also put in a reverse osmosis water filter and another filter into the house, and this is the filter after almost 3 weeks. Same thing. This is absolutely disgusting. This is what we bathe, drink. This is after it's been filtered. And I did call Passaic Valley. They came and they said they flushed out the system or the pipes, and this was the filter that went in after they flushed the pipes.
It's after 2
It,
weeks.
it's normally white.
Can I show you a couple, can I approach to show you some pictures?
My water it's brown, the ice cubes are brown, it makes the clothing dingy, you're brushing your teeth with this, and this just cannot be good. And I've been trying to resolve it since I moved into my home in 2018.
You'll be using the same time, so once it's 5 minutes, it's...
I'm sorry?
I said if he...
He's with me.
Okay, but it's still the same 5 minutes.
Okay.
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 Put her number in.
Oh, Sharon with us.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you the only house, or is it the whole block?
I'm sorry?
Are you the only house, or is it the whole block?
I don't know. I just started speaking with neighbors. None of them have the same kind of filter system I put in. I put it in before I even moved into the house in order to ensure that I could have the cleanest water. But it's not obviously clean.
Well, actually, we
Go ahead.
installed a reverse osmosis filter for drinking water, but the sediment filter was getting contaminated so quickly, I installed this whole house filter to pull the sediment out before it got to the reverse osmosis filter. But it was on June 6th, a gentleman from Passaic Water came out to the house, flushed out the line, and he told me, I asked him if it could be the water line from the street to the house. He said he thought that was improbable because there's no visible leak, and he knows that the water coming from the reservoir has a dirt bottom and picks up that dirt and brings it into the water system in Clifton. The only remedy I can think of is a front-end filtering system that the city should have for the water coming into the city water system.
So, Mr. DeMarza, right, can,
I'm saying so, hopefully,
the city manager will get with you, and I'm
City
sure
manager will-
the same
he'll
time
handle
we'll
it.
Figure it out.
thank you.
Please keep us posted. Again, if there's any other speakers, if you can.
Bart Servo, Delawana. I don't think none of yous know, really, I don't think none of yous know where it is, because it's pathetic there. It really is. You talk about putting millions of dollars in sidewalks around parks so they connect. Whatever happened to doing the sidewalks in Dunny Park that were so bad? There's no handicap accessibility to get into the park up over the curbs. We talked about this all a year ago. That's the problem. People come up here. I've got things here that I've spoken to you about over 2 years ago, and nothing has been done. You talk about ordinances with sidewalks. I've been complaining about the same sidewalks for the last 2.5 years. I must have put in 5 different, whatever you call them, all right? And it's really, it's pathetic. It's pathetic, the way he's run this town. And what makes me sick is that you really don't care. You really don't listen. The only guy that I think really listens is Tony. You got a good line. Let's see, let's see it happen. But whatever happened to the speed limit that we were going to talk about on Delawana Ave? There's 2 speed limits, 35 and 30. This is all under Villano, too. So he probably crumpled everything up and threw it in the garbage, So, I mean, I don't want to lay this all on Gary, but he is the city manager. I would also like to know where the plaque is that we made a big stink about when I wanted to put a dog park in Weinbrock Field. and the Weinbrocks came down here, and everybody came down here, and the park's been donated to the Weinbrocks, and we put a plaque there. The plaque's been stolen for 3 years. Nobody ever replaced it. Them parks haven't been used in over 20 years for baseball. But yet you let them sit there. You waste money cutting the grass. All right. I just spoke to Gary, and I'm supposed to get in touch with him tomorrow. But I do want to say that I have been trying to get in touch with him. I've left my phone number numerous times with, I forget her name, and I never got a call back. He's telling me he didn't get the message, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But we'll talk tomorrow. Here's the city manager right here now. What do you want? You want something? Yeah, I know. All right, these sidewalks are bad on Linden Ave. I'm telling you, they're bad. And somebody's going to fall down. And I've told you and told you and told you. And hopefully, if it's me, I could sue the city for it because you didn't listen. Because I'm dying to sue the city anyway. Is there any way possible that we could do some type of pesticide spraying in the parks for ticks and for ticks really, because there's a super outbreak of ticks. Now, New York does it. They do it at night. I'm just talking about doing the parks. I don't mean spray around in the streets and everything. But the ticks are really out of hand this year. And getting back to your sewer hookups, do you really know what you're talking about? Because if you're putting an addition on your house, you're not hooking up a new sewer. You're putting a bathroom in. Your bathroom's going to get hooked up to your existing sewer. So what are you talking about? That you're going to charge $2,500 if I put a bathroom in? You got to bust into the line in the street. Well, it don't sound like you know what you're talking about to me. I mean, I was a contractor. I know a little bit about building buildings. I don't know, man. I sit in that room and you make my stomach turn, all these. Because you talk about all kinds of stuff, and everybody that comes up to this podium never gets done what they want to get done. They talk to you about it, and you keep bringing up things I don't care about. I really don't care about it. It's your job to run the city, all right? It's our job to come here and tell you what we want fixed. And there's certain things that should be fixed, and you blow it off like it's nothing. You just let it go. Let him run his mouth. He'll go away. I'm telling you, I ain't going away. And I want a dog park. I want 2 dog parks. I don't care about that buzzard. I want 2 dog parks. One on each side of town.
Thank you, Bob.
This town is going down the tubes, man, and it sucks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard?
Mayor, again, as we wait, if anyone else wishes to speak, please come sign in ahead of time. Thank you.
Matt Ward, Sewell Ave. First, I want to say, Bill, from Celeste and myself, we wish you the very best, okay? Hope to see you back in town as soon as you can.
Thank you, Matt. Tell Celeste I said hello.
Folks, I saw the discussion on the budget. I wasn't planning to come down here. But I'm going to tell you this. This is Armageddon. We cannot have the Division of Local Government Services come into Clifton. And I'm going to say this to the people who are not on the prevailing side of the budget. You could never have brought a vote up unless you knew you had 4 votes. And those on the other side who voted the budget down, keep in mind that the word governing, you lose that word if they come in here. You're not governing anymore. So what purpose do you serve? That's the whole essence of why you have a governing body at the local level, to make the decisions. As someone who's been elected to different positions, I know how tough it is to get across the finish line. I'm not going to minimize that. There are some comments made here. That's to be hashed out ahead of time, not here at this point. We're now into August. If the Division of Local Government Services come in, that's a non-elected person in Clifton. When they go home at night, do you think they're going to care about the public comments that come on? They're just going to set the tax levy. That could be any number. I mean, that could be anything. And you put our administration behind the rock and a hard place because they will just have to comply. They'll just say, this is the tax levy. This is what you have to have. Your rating agencies on the credit side have downgraded Clifton credit. The surplus that we're talking about, you need to keep a certain amount of that for really dire emergencies. Serious stuff, snowstorms, whatever else could happen. It's not a credit card. You just don't bump it up and then say, well, we'll just keep using the surplus. So I'm not here to chastise anybody as an individual. I'm not here to do that because I know how tough it is with budgets. But you folks have been consistently late on the budget side. And when a vote came up tonight, some way, somehow, there should have been 4 people on the prevailing side. And you take whatever you have to do to get to that 4th vote, whatever it takes to get it across the finish line. But if Trenton comes in here, all of your fingerprints will be on that. You've allowed an outside person to come into the city of Clifton. I can't speak to the history of Clifton. I don't think that's ever happened in the city of Clifton's history that I can recall. Maybe somebody can check on that. So I wish you well with this. I'm interested to hear your comments during your each individual sessions. But folks, please understand this. Those who voted against the budget, this isn't a game of political chicken. Oh, I'll say no so I can have a talking point in the next re-election campaign. People will see through that. If that's going to be what it's going to be about, just say no because I want to make sure I stay on that side no matter what happens. It's not going to work. And if you risk having a non-elected person come into the city of Clifton, what has been gained for the citizens? The very people that you swore an oath to defend and protect at all times. So enough on that subject. I wanted to raise another subject. And, I've mentioned this many times at traffic safety meetings. I don't know, folks, if you ever go over to the east side of the city, east of Hazel and Paulison, and see the condition of the roads. Go down Getty Ave between Pie Agent and Clifton Avenue. Bill knows this because we've touched upon this at many times. Okay? Route 46 has been paved in certain sections by the Burger King has been paved. That section's not paved. The county made a temporary fix on the stretch of Clifton Ave between Paulison going down to 3rd Street. They put little temporary patches on there. It still looks horrible. We need to have an aggressive capital plan. Not just sidewalks, but on the broader issue of what's going to happen with the infrastructure of the city. You know, folks, if you don't have good sidewalks, you don't have good roads, eventually people say, what am I paying my money for? Because that's what they see right up front. I will say this to you. I know what it's like to be in the chairs that you sit in. You have a tough job. Do not allow an unelected person to come into the city of Clifton. Because if you do, we lose total control of the process. And that will be the tax levy that people have to pay. They're not going to be calling that person. I can guarantee you who they will be calling. And it won't matter what the arguments are, folks, because you started too late in the process. All of these discussions could have been done ahead of time. So I wish you well on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard?
If no one wishes to be heard, move the public portion to be closed.
Second.
Kathleen, before we go to the, let's go through the communications and the ordinances, and then we'll go to our, so we can catch up.
Mayor?
We're going to, I'm sorry?
I'm starting to lose, I'm starting to lose it a little bit, so I'm going to try to stay in as long as I can.
Okay. All right, Bill. Kathleen?
Okay, Mayor, we have various communications from the city manager as listed on the agenda. And Mayor, we have various committee minutes that I'll read into the record. We have meeting minutes of Clifton Traffic Safety Meeting on May 15, 2025, meeting minutes of Clifton Arts Center on June 23, 2025, meeting minutes of Clifton Cable Advisory Committee on June 25, 2025, meeting minutes of North Jersey District Water Supply Commission on June 25, 2025. We have meeting minutes of Clifton Advisory Beautification Committee on July 7, 2025, meeting minutes of the Passaic Valley Water Commission on July 23, 2025, meeting minutes of the Clifton Planning Board on July 24, 2025. Mayor, this concludes all communications. That brings us to the second reading of ordinances. We have ordinance 801025, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 439 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Vehicles and Traffic, more particularly Section 439-38, thereof entitled Handicap Parking on Streets for Private Residences. Deletes 3 restricted handicap spaces.
A public hearing will be held on this ordinance. Does anyone wish to be heard?
Mayor, if no one wishes to be heard, I move the public hearing be closed. The ordinance adopted upon final affirmative vote and publication in our official paper.
Roll call, please.
Second.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Abstain.
Councilman Kalojay?
Yes.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
That's 6 yes, 1 abstain. Ordinance passes. We have ordinance 8011-25, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 439 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Vehicles and Traffic, more particularly Section 439-38, thereof entitled Handicap Parking on Streets for Private Residences, amends handicap parking placard numbers.
A public hearing will be held on this ordinance. Does anyone wish to be heard?
Mayor, if no wish to be heard, public portion closed, adopt on final reading.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Abstain.
Sorry, Councilman.
Councilman Kalojay?
I got you, Joe.
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay, yes. Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
6 yes, 1 abstain. Ordinance passes. We have ordinance 8012-25, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 439 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Vehicles and Traffic, more particularly Section 439-38, thereof entitled Handicap Parking on Streets for Private Residences, adds 9 restricted handicap spaces.
A public hearing will be held on this ordinance. Does anyone wish to be heard?
Mayor, if no wish to be heard, public portion closed, adopt on its second reading.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
I abstain.
Councilman Kalojay?
Yes.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
6 yes, 1 abstain. Ordinance passes. Moving on to the first reading of the ordinances, we have ordinance 8013-25, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 439 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Vehicles and Traffic, more particularly Section 439-37, thereof entitled Handicap Parking on Streets, deletes 1 handicap space.
Move it on first.
Move it on first.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay?
Yes.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no. Ordinance passes first reading. Ordinance 8014-25, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 439 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Vehicles and Traffic, more particularly Section 439-38, thereof entitled Handicap Parking on Streets for Private Residences, adds 5 restricted handicap spaces.
Move it on first.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay?
Yes.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no. Passes. Ordinance 8015-25, an ordinance to amend, revise, supplement Chapter 439 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Vehicles and Traffic, more particularly Section 439-38 thereof entitled Handicap Parking on Streets for Private Residences, deletes 3 restricted handicap spaces.
Move it on first.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay?
Yes.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no. Passes. Ordinance 8016-25, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 439 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Vehicles and Traffic, more particularly Section 439-38 thereof entitled Handicap Parking on Streets for Private Residences, amends 9 handicap parking placard
Move it on
numbers.
first.
Second.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay?
Yes.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no. Okay, this is the landscaper one. Now, did we table this, or we're failing it, or we are amending it? We're amending,
We're amending it to abolish it.
Yeah. The
Yes, that was
amendment
the motion.
passed on first reading.
Right.
so we're going to
First
pass
reading.
this first reading.
First reading.
As
Yeah,
the title
it's-
stands. So it's an ordinance 8017-25, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 296 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Landscapers. You're saying you want to
We're
move it.
abolishing that section, correct?
Yes.
Abolishing that section of the ordinance.
Yes, so it should say, we're an ordinance to abolish Chapter 269 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Landscapers, right?
Well, I don't know that we're abolishing the entire
Yes.
code.
Right.
We just that section,
Just that section.
just that
The-
section.
The dumping.
Okay, all right,
Prohibiting.
as long as we're voting to abolish it. I don't want anyone to say we didn't vote to abolish it.
So are we
The
Second.
dumping.
tabling this?
No, we're
until-
voting now.
Okay, so who's first, who's second?
I'll make that motion.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay?
No.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
No.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
And Mayor Grabowski doesn't get a vote. So that's 4 yes, 2 no, passes. Okay, and then this was an ordinance 8018-25, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 375 of the Code of the City of Clifton entitled Sewer Connection Fee, increases connection fees.
Move it.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilman D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilman Gibson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay?
With the understanding that the language will clarify, yes to introduce.
Councilman Latona?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no.
These ordinance will be published in accordance with the law. City Manager, do you have anything to add tonight?
I do not, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll start with Councilman Kalojay.
So Mayor, before we proceed, so that we don't get in trouble with the Open Public Meetings Act, Councilman Gibson had voted yes on all of these. I'll make a motion to move 393 through 412 and 421.
We said in the other room that we weren't voting on this again, and now all of a sudden, this is.
We
that
do have
what-
to vote on some of them because there were some that were not action.
No, he wants to vote the ones that we were
What is
just
it?
voted on.
Councilman
in the
Gibson's
other.
here, he's going to vote yes.
Well, it doesn't matter, we just
does
said
matter.
not to. Yes, it does.
Let's just,
This is
Yes,
not
it
the,
does.
you
Yes,
cannot
it does.
take an action in the work
You
session.
didn't object in the work
Council-
session.
Councilman Gibson is here, he can vote.
Right,
God,
just
what
vote.
is-
How hard is
Just
it?
vote. He already voted, but
What
I move
ordinance,
those
what are
groups.
we doing? What numbers?
What would you like me to do? Be happy to help you.
Councilman, we're just going to memorialize the way we voted so that we don't get in trouble with the Open Public Meetings Act. So you've already voted yes on all of these resolutions that we're going to present, 393 through 412 and 421. I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Going off the honor system, if that's what it is, I'll second it.
I mean, do you want me to read out the resolutions
No.
that are
No.
numbered that didn't have a vote?
412.
I could tell you the ones that didn't have a vote.
The ones that didn't?
Yeah,
Well,
like the bills
Okay, tell us
list.
the ones that didn't have a vote, because he's making them up that they all are. No, Tony, we have to, because he just complicated the issue. Go
I didn't
ahead.
complicate the issue. It's state law.
Resolution
Please, people.
393-25 is the bills list. Can I have a vote?
393?
Yep.
Through 412.
Claims list.
And 421 also.
393 through 412 and 421, as
Oh,
required by law.
No, she's
We have
asking
a
for
first and a second.
393, correct?
Yes, 393 is included in that motion.
I'm losing, we're trying to keep score here. What,
393. Catherine is asking for a vote on 393, the resolution for the claims list, correct?
the bill,
Yeah,
right?
that did not have an action.
All right.
Right, but it does now. That's why I made the motion. 393 through 412 and 421, I'm making the motion.
393.
Councilman Latona seconded it. We already voted yes, so let's just vote yes. We're spending way too much time on this.
Right, up to
412.
412.
Wait, no. I don't trust him.
And then, Mayor, the two items that were not included in that group, and we can group this as a separate vote. Again, Councilman Gibson, you did vote yes for these two items. 399-25, which is rejecting the fuel station for the police, and 422-25, which is awarding a contract to CME as the sole solicitation.
Wait, we voted to reject the bids. Did we
Yes,
do
that's
that?
what I said, reject the fuel station for the police.
So why did you separate it out? Because we did.
Because I voted no in the
Well, why
work
didn't you
session.
do exceptions? But of course, we're doing things
And
different.
now I'm going to vote no, public, which is required by the Open Public
So
Meetings
can I
Act.
can I just go back to Kathleen? Kathleen, from 393 all the way down to 423, which is the ones that need votes?
So
Would you-
393 through
Excuse me,
412
Mayor, point of order, we have a city clerk that is more than capable
was
of
done
reading
in
this.
the
So
work session.
Kathleen, could you please read the ones that weren't
just-
The
voted?
rest were done in public session. So the rest are fine.
We're just
I guess-
trying to,
I guess
We're,
it's getting your salary
we're
today.
doing housekeeping, so the forensic auditor doesn't say to us, you got to stop doing things behind closed doors.
well, that wasn't closed doors, that was a work session, but.
Yeah, everything
what-
was
What
open.
what was the ones that need votes, Kathleen?
Kathleen, can you please answer that question?
393-25 needs a vote.
Mm-hmm,
395-25 needs a vote.
mm-hmm.
We tabled 400-25.
400 got tabled,
413-25
413.
needs a vote. That was in closed session, so we need to come in the public and vote.
Okay,
414 was tabled.
Right?
418, we need a vote.
okay.
And 423, we need a vote.
For what?
23, just the executive.
Oh, to go into executive? I
Okay,
don't-
now,
for-
Councilman Kaloje, what was your pleasure on those 5 that need a vote?
20. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, 420 also. I missed that one. For Sacred Heart. Well, that was the redevelopment. That was enclosed, so I'm not sure.
Well, we didn't resolve that one. Did you find out the answer, Andy, about the redevelopment?
Yes, and I can say this in open, it's not, nothing that needs to be in confidential. Houses of worship are exempt from the redevelopment fees.
That by state statute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then we can conclude it. All right, thank you.
So do you want to call them all as a group, those ones, or everything?
Yes, let's call that the group. I made a motion, Councilman Latona seconded it. It's a simple vote. No one's
Councilman-
changing their mind.
So this is a consent vote for the open ones.
Okay, consent for the ones that I just called out.
Yes, the ones that were not voted on in the work session.
Councilman D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilman Gibson, yes?
Yes.
Councilman Kaloje,
Yes.
Councilman Latona,
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula?
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no.
As a final, and they can be grouped together, the rejection of the fuel station for the police department and the award for, to CME as the sole solicitation.
Wait, didn't we just vote on those? The city manager said we just voted on those.
Yeah, I pulled those from the group. I had requested that they be pulled from the group.
You didn't go by resolution. We just voted on, the resolution that we just voted was 390.
I really don't want to make a motion to reconsider.
395, all the ones she called out. Now all of a sudden you're changing.
No, we're not changing.
Can I finish? I know you just want to interrupt tonight, but.
No, I just want to correct
No, you're not. We
misstatements.
just voted on it.
We did not vote on these two. I
Okay,
asked for these two to be held
whatever you
separate.
say.
Let's move forward, please.
Thank you, Councilman Gibson.
Which two did you ask?
I'm asking because I had voted no in the work session, and it passed 6-1, but we cannot do the resolutions in work session because we advertised a public meeting.
Right.
So I'm just trying to record our vote in accordance with state statute and have the ability to vote no in a public meeting after I voted no in a work session. So rejecting the police department's fuel station is the one resolution, and the award to CME Engineering, who is the sole solicitation, was the other resolution. It's going to pass 6-1 because it passed 6-1.
Can I just get those
3 hours
numbers,
ago.
Councilman? What was the?
399 and 422.
Can we do those separately, though? Because I'm
Yes.
voting separately on those.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, 399.
I will second that motion, please.
No, we're doing them separate. The first one is 393, resolution to reject the bids for City Hall fuel station improvements.
Correct.
Tony, you'll make that motion?
I'll
I will
make the
second
motion.
it.
Second. Roll call, please.
Okay.
Latona and Sadrikula. Councilman D'Amato.
Yes to reject.
Councilman Gibson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay.
No.
Councilman Latona.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino.
No.
Councilwoman Sadrikula.
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski.
No.
4 yes, 3 no. Resolution passed.
Okay. Now we're gonna
So you want to
see
call for
Resolution 422, to award the contract to CME Associates for general professional engineering
I'll
services.
second that motion. Roll call, please.
Councilman D'Amato.
Yes.
Councilman Gibson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalojay.
It's 120,000 better spent on the projects themselves. No.
Councilman Latona.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sadrikula.
Yes.
Mayor Grabowski. 6 yes, 1 no. Resolution passed.
We're all done. Now we have to go back. Oh,
I think it was.
You're doing good.
Okay, so
You're
now
moving it.
we'll open it up to the floor. Councilman Kalojay speaks
Oh,
first.
do we have to pass the licenses as resolutions? Second page,
Oh, they just accepted them.
what page?
the last page, all the,
No.
They're saying you typically do not. legally
Okay.
say.
Somebody has
a
specific
objection.
it's fine.
Councilman Kalojay,
Thank you, Mayor. Start out agreeing with Gary. Clifton does deserve the best. The national searches give us the best opportunity to achieve that goal. To Bart, 4 people voted against the budget tonight, so there's no funding available to actually spray for ticks, but I agree with you, it should be a service that we provide. To Sharon, unfortunately, after half a century, we don't have any direct representation with Passaic Valley Water anymore on the dais. I would suggest that we reach out to Mr. Friend and Ms. Rizzi, who are our representatives, to report this issue and to see if they can advocate on behalf of our resident. I also suggested at the last meeting that we reach out to Ms. Rizzi and Mr. Friend to advocate for an accurate accounting of the water billing for the Board of Education, as that has become a subject of contention as it regards to our sewer billing. To Jacqueline, it won't get done this year, but my suggestion would be to put cameras on the buses and then have the Board of Education send those films for anyone who's passing a bus, and the police can then write out a ticket based on the visual evidence, and we can start to make our streets safer and generate some revenue until they are safer. Based on administration's report regarding the sewer connection on the ordinance that we just introduced tonight, we're going to move that to $2,500. We have 2 or 3 of those a year, so that's going to generate $7,500 worth of revenue for us. We need to do fact-based decisions, and so if anyone read the 5th page of the report that came from the DPW, based on a $1 profit for landscapers still dropping off, we can generate $40,000 a year. So $40,000 a year versus $7,500 a year. I don't know why we wouldn't support both, but that's beyond me. Sanitation contracts coming up. We need to not make the same mistake that the last council made. We need to go to automated pickup so we get more people bidding. We need to move to a once-a-week pickup so that it'll be cheaper in terms of the cost for them to come get it. We need to move large items from pickup at the curb to make an appointment with the DPW so that we can be more cost efficient. Of course, that last one we cannot achieve if we actually lay off or furlough DPW workers. I'm going to say this. We are just another step closer to being a distressed city. We've drained our trust funds over the last 3 years. We've plugged our deficit spending by using way too much fund balance. We've managed to lower our credit rating. We failed to adopt the budget tonight, and in all likelihood, the state's going to now force it on us. And that's a taste of being a distressed city. We're going to lose home rule. We're going to lose the ability to decide our own fate. And we need to get serious about what we're doing up here and make the hard decisions. Forget about asking the hard questions. Let's start making the hard decisions. Recreation asked me to make a few announcements. The Upcycling Adventures, which is a program of using recycling to turn it into art. The next session is going to be this Saturday the 9th from 10 to 12 over at the Recycling Center. Come on down, it's free of charge. Also free of charge are the Opser concerts over at Maine Memorial Park. This coming Sunday, the Cindy Rand Band. The following Sunday, Tequila Rose. And the final show in August will be the guys on the second floor. Family Campout is going to be August 15th and 16th. Rain dates will be 22nd and 23rd. You need to register $4 per person, $8 if you're a non-resident. You'll pitch a tent, have some camping, a campfire, dinner, s'mores, games, entertainment. It's a long-standing Clifton tradition. You can sign up for that at cliftonrec.com. And then lastly, we have a food, music, and car show to support our veterans. It's a fundraiser. It's going to be on August 31st from 11 to 7 here on the City Hall campus. The proceeds help us have a Veterans Day Parade, a Memorial Day Parade. So if you're in town, please consider coming out and supporting that. To that end, administration at our last meeting, it was voted to move forward, and it was not a unanimous vote, with Candyland and the race. I don't know where that stands. It didn't make it on today's agenda, so I'm assuming we will see it on next agenda. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Pino.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So first, I'd like to start off by saying congratulations to the Colombian community. They had their flag raising on Friday. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, but I did catch up. So the pictures online, and as usual, Roof Deep does not disappoint in bringing the community together. So congratulations again to a successful flag raising. I also want to take this opportunity to invite the Clifton community to the Ecuadorian flag raising, which is going to be held this Sunday as well at 1 o'clock. So we look forward to seeing everyone there. And also I want to extend the invitation to my colleagues on behalf of the Ecuadorian community. Also, I want to just remind the community that we are having, ECHO is having our annual auto show fundraiser, which will be held again this Sunday, August 10th. And it will be held at Clifton Masonic Lodge, which is at 1496 Van Houten Avenue, starting at 11 to 4. So we look forward to seeing everyone there as well. Again, I want to give a quick shout out to the Theater League of Clifton. Congratulations again on your 20-year anniversary. And also, I just wanted to highlight the once again, successful murder mystery show and dinner you guys just had. I had the honor as to be one of your guests, and it was Sunday, I believe. So that was really amazing, and I look forward to sharing pictures soon. Again, shout out and hats goes off to everyone who contributed, the city, right? For Clifton Night Out, police was there, fire, health, rec. So great job, and thank you for your dedication. And last but not least, I want to remind everyone that we're right around the corner. School will be starting very soon, and with that also comes our fall semester for the Echo Youth Program. The program is open and serves our youth between the ages of 14 to 24, and we're excited to continue in this initiative. So please visit the website, echonj.org, to learn more on how to sign up for learn more about the program. And on that note, Mayor, I believe that's all I have. Wishing everyone an amazing week ahead and weekend as well. Look forward to seeing many of you this weekend. Thank you.
Councilman Diamato.
Mayor, if it's all right with you, I'd actually like to let Bill go first.
Okay. Councilman Gibson, would you like to make any statements?
Yes. I just want to thank, I have hundreds and hundreds of cards and people who have sent things to my home. And I do have to thank everyone for what they have done. I want to say to Troop 21 and Mike Klinger, you guys are so the best. I have feelings in my heart that you cannot even believe. And you did such a great job. And it looks like I'm coming home tomorrow. And if I'm coming home tomorrow, my front door is open and I want to see everybody, my colleagues, my friends, everyone. Please, please stop by my home. And that's including you, right? We could talk more about things that are going on. So I would love to see that. I, yeah, like I said, there's just so many things that I really have to say about the people who have sent so many things and have stopped by my uh, my you know the
The hospitals, the bedsides?
yes, the hospitals. Thank you so much. And I look forward to really coming back. And when I come back, I'm coming back full of strong and I'm ready to rock and roll. So I'm just so happy again for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
God bless you.
Right, and thank you, Chris, for letting me go.
Got it, Bill. Rest easy.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Diamato.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm having trouble. I got a lot I got to hit in 5 minutes, and I don't know how much of the budget conversation. If I run short and don't get it all in, I'll maybe do a Facebook video or a Facebook Live or something and talk about my vote on the budget and why I did it. But for now, I just want to hit a couple of issues and some of the resident comments at the microphone. First of all, Troop 21, I extolled my feelings about the kindness and diligence you showed with what you did for the Gibsons at the last meeting, but also, you know, it's important, I think, that sometimes in this job, especially with the situation we're currently in, it's easy to get cynical. And I find myself falling into that trap too. I fancy myself an optimist, but sometimes the thoughts get dark, and then I remember that at the end of the day, God's willing, none of us are going to be up here forever. Things change, seasons change, tides change, and but one thing that's forever is community and taking care of each other and being decent on a person-to-person level. So no matter what happens on this dais, Clifton's going to be okay because we have Troop 21 here, and we have other people out in town who are doing good things and feeding people and clothing people. So, you know, we're going to be all right, folks. Doesn't mean there aren't serious problems, but we're going to be okay. Mayor, through you to the city manager, just two quick things I want to throw at you here, Gary. Third River, I'm glad we've gotten that piece of equipment. If you have any update on when we're going to do the cleanup, that would be helpful to know, at least some general time frame. And also, if you're willing, I would really appreciate if you would perhaps follow up. I know we started a dialogue with the Army Corps of Engineers back with your predecessor. It's been a little while since I've heard anything on that front. I know they were waiting to get into the fiscal year, and I haven't heard anything back. I'll contact my folks at Senator Booker's office, and if you wouldn't mind reaching out as in your capacity to the Army Corps of Engineers, I would appreciate that. The other thing, apparently there is a broken basketball hoop at Albion Park. Albion Park, broken basketball hoop. So if you could look into that, and there's some folks up there that like to play ball, and they're unable to. I'm working on rules of order. I'm hoping to have something to present to my colleagues in September. So I'm not sure if that'll be the first or second meeting, but I want to make sure it's something good. And I'd be happy to actually, at some point, before I present something to the council, meet with the mayor to get his thoughts on it, because at the end of the day, I can help contribute to any rules of order that we want, but it's going to fall upon the mayor to run the meetings and to enforce any rules we decide upon or agree upon. So just throwing that out there. If for nothing else, when we talk about things that are good for the town and revenue generators, I am good at going to film festivals and networking. And I was in a film last year that is screened at the Garden State Film Festival this summer. And I went down there, and I actually met face-to-face and had a wonderful time with David Schoner, who's the head of the New Jersey Film Commission. And we hit it off like gangbusters. He's a heck of a character. He's a good guy. We formed a great relationship, and I know that there are at least several projects I can point to directly that have shot in Clifton, including these things going on at Rutt's Hut, that are a direct result of Mr. Schoner saying, you have supportive administration and council in Clifton, it's a great place to shoot. So we're building that relationship, and I want to get us on that film ready list. I'm going to be meeting with him sometime this month, so I'm working on that. Tom, just thank you for iterating that and getting up here. We can't get involved in the day-to-day, as you know, but it does fall on us to let administration know that we're watching and that that's a priority for us, that people be treated well. So when we institute our performance reports, which I'm hoping we are able to do for everyone who reports to council this October, that's going to be something I'm going to crack down on and make sure is taken care of. Henry Cholizinski, if you're out there listening, I'm free next Tuesday or Wednesday throughout the day. Might have to bring the baby, I don't know, but if you'd like to meet and go on a walk through your neighborhood, I'm throwing it out there, Tuesday or Wednesday. Let's talk. Gary Perino might not like this, but one potential revenue generator, Airbnb. It's something, believe me, I'm well aware of the downsides, but cities can charge an occupancy fee that might be worth a conversation. That's all for now. I'll have more later.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sajikula.
Chris, thanks for mentioning the Third River and the Army Corps. I had it on my list. Mayor, through you to the city manager, okay. I don't even know when the heck it was. I guess it was last year. This council voted to have that all confidential employees should have annual reviews. I doubt that was ever done. So I hope you enact that. I'm a firm believer that everybody should have reviews. Henry said it, they do it in the police department. I believe they do it in the fire. One other thing that we did, and I'm hearing that people aren't clocking in, is that we made a motion that everyone clocks in or out, and it was the exceptions were the judge and the city manager, if I recall. And I know, Chris, you have ideas about some kind of clock. I'm going to let you do it in your time because I don't remember what it is, and that's more your forte. But I want to know why people aren't clocking in or out. That should have been done. We have a lot of challenges in front of us. The garbage contract. It's very disheartening to have heard that now we're locked in because of state statute with the garbage contract and time frame of you have to do this, that should have come to us in January. That's administration. I'm going to use the blanket term administration. Point the blame to whoever you want, but somebody should have brought it to us. And you know what? We didn't listen to the expert. Wayne DeFeo, we had him come in. He actually came in. I introduced him to the city years ago because I called the recycling association. He had suggestions. You're right, we didn't follow his. We bid out 3 different ways. It was stupid. We're losing money left and right, and now we're going to lose more money and locked into this because it wasn't brought to us. We need to start looking at stuff. Jif, Tom, you said it at the last meeting. That's what we need is proactive. Bring us stuff. This is how we can do it. And thank you for doing it. Gary, you know, sometimes I have to say, you walked into a hornet's nest, even worse than a hornet's nest. And I'm not sure, I mean, every day I thank God you're still here because I'm not sure, I'm surprised you didn't walk out the damn door, to be honest with you. After, it's just so much. And it's so nice to have a working relationship with you, Tom, and Andy. For years I said we needed a full-time attorney. We're a big city. Tom, you stepped up to the plate. You bring ideas to the table. Both of you, we have a lot to fix. We have a lot to fix, and you're working on it. I hope, you know, the old 100-day report, I hope you give us a 100-day report at the next meeting, Gary, and saying, hey, this is what we're doing. And, you know, the public has to understand there's certain things that we can't talk about. We might know about certain things, but we can't. We'd love to be able to say it. Tom, I do hope we get that stuff because, as Chris said, we can't get involved with the day-to-day. But I'm really, really upset. I heard stories over the weekend of what somebody was asked, who's retired, not your wife, asked at an interview for a supervisor job. I almost fell on the ground when I heard it. Fell on the ground. So please get us that. We have things that we can do. Henry, selective enforcement. And Gary, I want to sit down with you, and I want to sit down with our building code because I'm sick of reporting things. And people call to me and say, well, wait a minute, it's 3 weeks. That pile of dirt is still here. Or where's the permit on the window? We've got to get this done. That's money found. Found money. Easy. And you know what? Every little bit adds up. Think about all the building that's going on in this city. We have to do it. Grants. When is that? We need a grant writer. We need a grant writer that's going to get us the grants that our neighboring cities are getting. We need it desperately. We made a step in the right direction today with an engineer. It's pathetic that we still don't have plans for Bill, because this was your baby, Bill. You kept pushing for a splash park. We don't even have plans for it. We're lucky that Green Acres hasn't taken away that money. This is what we need. We need to do this. And we need smart hiring. We need to get people in the right positions so that there is no delay. My 5 minutes are up, but there'll be more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Latona.
Good evening, everyone. Just again, congratulations to the Boy Scouts for what you did for council colleague Bill, and with Councilman Kaloje read about helping one of my fellow Air Force veterans, and to Mahmoud and Siano family for your donations to help make that happen. The last 5 weeks, I've been a little off the radar. I've had about 3 weeks worth of military and a 2-week vacation. I was out of country, so I missed a lot of emails, a lot of text messages. For the people who reach out to me, I will get back to you in the next week. So I'm sorry that's gotten backed up. Also missing the Colombian flag raising, and coming up, Ecuador, Pakistan, Dominican, and Indian flag raisings as we celebrate those cultures. Where do I start? Performance review date. We're going to set that date. We brought it up for the administration that falls under us, and from now to then to the administration. Here is our personnel manual.
Do you know what it says in the personnel manual? We did them in the fire department. I was there, and Henry brought it up. Performance reviews. Employees shall be evaluated in writing by their department head on an annual basis. I know why no one ever want to do performance reviews, because for the good ones are good. For the ones that need improvement, if it's not documented, then they can't hold anyone accountable. So we're going to fix that. So this is our personnel manual. Get your department heads done, and this governing body is going to set a date in October to fix that. I'm going to send to poll the council for next Tuesday, next Wednesday, next Monday, to poll the council, majority rules, to have a special meeting, and all my colleagues. Tom likes to get on me on Facebook about all talk and no action. We've been trying, Tom. So we're going to make a motion to poll the council, majority rules for my colleagues to make yourself available. And everyone bring everything to the table. No 50-minute discussions. 5 minutes and we vote. Sidewalks, let me go through them all. Updating Chapter 99, permit parking, restructuring. We don't need to have no more conversations. We've had them for years. We're going to just vote and move on from there. So that's going to you, Kathleen. Budget mistake, I will agree. A great mistake, lesson learned in the future. We're going to have an administration who will do meetings ahead of time, starting in October. We're going to bring the department heads in. We're going to start in January. We're not going to be behind the 8 ball. And the mistake that we made, we will have budget meetings every week until we resolve the budget, so this doesn't happen again. That is a lesson learned. I will take a hit on for myself that we won't do in the future. I know we brought it up before. We're righting the ship, ladies and gentlemen. The administration, I'll give them credit. Everything's a 5-alarm fire. There's many things we can't talk about. But boy, trust me, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot we're working on fixing. We're going to get into questions. I only got a minute and a half. Tom Widows, your story is 1,000 other people. If anyone reads the Palmer report and those accusations, if anyone was a city employee, if anyone worked here, I worked here, what you said is times 1,000. And this administration better not allow what is allowed to happen in the past, because the amount of time off in lawsuit money and grievances and the amount of sick time employees take from working in a toxic, retaliatory environment by people on this dais coordinating with administrators to do bad things. You have no idea how much I'm boiling, but it is unacceptable. Anything we can fix, if it takes a vote of this governing body for this administration, everyone come forward. Go to the administration. And if anything's happened, there will be accountability. So for them to look into. Glenn Sims, I have not forgotten about you. We've gotten sidetracked. Your issue, bring to the administration. If that member was wronged, he was told one thing and he's being forced to pay for medical when he shouldn't, that needs to get fixed. Because when we have people who shouldn't be collecting medical, getting medical, and then people who should have been getting it and not being charged not getting it, that needs to be fixed. Henry, the problem is for years, we hired cronies many times instead of subject matter experts. Again, we can't talk about it. We've hired people in positions over the years numerous times. We gave them a civil service title, but in the back room, they were giving a different title to circumvent civil service. So
That's it?
I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, have a good night, and we're going to fix things.
You went first, right, Chuck? I just want to make a quick announcement that the Clifton Unhoused Initiative is a new nonprofit that was formed to exclusively support the Lauren Murphy Warming Center and our unhoused community. So for more, follow them on Facebook. All donations are appreciated and are tax deductible. It's for a very, very good cause. And City Manager, Mr. DiMarzo, I know we mentioned a little bit about the project on Paulson Avenue, but could you just, for people's sake, just update us a little bit on the, I know there was a transfer or something went on over there?
You're absolutely correct, Mayor, and that was something that happened within the last day or so. The property was changed by deed in lieu of foreclosure. A new capital group came in. The gentleman was introduced to construction, also introduced to legal, and it looks like they are motivated to fix or finish the project. And so they made the representation that the first 100 units will be available for CO and then taxable in October. And there's 300 units, so it's 3 different phases. But they were very motivated in getting that project back online and back into a revenue source for their organization as well as the city. And then the other subsequent is that we're going to meet with the On-One people when Tom is available the following week, and we're going to make sure that that project is on schedule and available for tax revenues. So you're absolutely right, Mayor. We took your advice. We're meeting with those people. We're making sure those things are happening, and those are part of the projects that we're kind of redefining. So when we had that conversation about taking back the development because of the violation, council kind of said if you take that back, then we're responsible. It's better to work with the individuals to make sure they're fixing the problem or finishing the problems, and that's what we're doing, Mayor.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just lastly, I am a little concerned about the budget, and if you listen to what the gentleman that came up here, Matt Ward, spoke about, the last thing we need is the state to step in and tell us what to do with the budget. So it's a little concerning because if they make their decision, it could be worse for the city. So I hope that we can resolve this before they have their opportunity to come in, because it probably wouldn't be in our favor. So I'm hoping that we, as a council, could.
And Mayor, you have my word. If we meet next week and we fix these problems, so we right the wrongs and don't put ourselves in this situation next year, I will reconsider my vote, but I will not do it unless we meet next week and fix all these things.
But you understand my concern is we do not want the state telling us what to do.
I agree.
So that's one of my biggest concerns. But okay, so we have to go back to our regular agenda. So we're going to go right back to discussion.
Mayor, before you do that, the city manager mentioned something, and I think I recall this correctly, with the Black Prince Distillery. That developer's agreement doesn't fall to the new owner. Didn't we have to renew? I remember specifically talking about that we had to enter into a new development agreement with the new developer. It doesn't change hands.
We'll look at that contract again in the morning.
I believe Andy told us that.
I know the developer's agreement is recorded, so that runs with the property. I don't know that we have the ability to renegotiate that just because there's a new
We were
developer
specifically
involved.
told it did. We were specifically told it did. So if you can, please look at that.
Sure.
And also, I did forget on that thing, I'm still waiting for the developer,
Okay, well,
the list of developments.
Councilwoman,
Okay, just let me finish.
I know, but you've had your.
Development agreement, I'm asking for something. The developer agreements in the last 5 years, I believe I said 5, that made sure that they paid into the affordable housing. So,
Yes, and I got that information from the clerk's office, and then we're working with the tax assessor
well, I
to
think you
make
have to
sure
work
it's
with
in
the building too, because it has to be done before the building permit is issued, correct?
Well, the ones that are already active and built, we're looking at, and then the new ones.
And to my colleagues, by having a special meeting, we will clear all this up and clear everything off our deck.
Okay, let's go back to the. Yes, we are moving forward. Discussion, item 1, 2024 New Jersey DOT sidewalk and curb improvements. I don't know who put this
I
on.
don't think there's anything here.
Anyone have anything to say about that? Okay, discussion 2.
Actually, no, I do, Mayor.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Yes.
I have something quick as well.
I do too.
I'll defer to Councilman D'Amato first.
Well, I'm just to reiterate, and I know that we have to have funding before we can really solve the sidewalk tree issue. But I just want to note that, we should try our best to incentivize people to accept trees. And that's one of my biggest issues with this policy of requiring people to pay for the sidewalk slabs that get lifted by these trees, is they're incentivized to say no to trees. And I think trees are a good thing for the city, they're a good thing for the environment, they're a good thing for our flooding. And so just throwing that out there, that this is a big part of why I want to change that policy right here.
So I think that if we're going to send out a form to people that we need to, and I agree with Councilman Mata, I've been working on this since when we got sworn in 3 years ago, and we're no closer to a solution at this point because we're not willing to fund it, and that's part of our issue. But I think that if we're going to send out the ability for people to fill out a form and say, I am requesting I don't want a tree, that we shouldn't leave it as an open-ended question. We should say, here's the 4 reasons why you're not getting a tree. And we're not going to leave this into some sort of, creative hardship stories because, I have to park on the street and the birds keep pooping on my roof of my car. To me, is not a legitimate reason for not taking a tree. And so I think that it would be better if we standardized why people aren't taking trees as opposed to allowing the Wild West and people getting creative about why they don't want trees. But that's just my opinion.
I think it was my first term. No, yeah, it was. This opt-out form was voted on to be eliminated because we are Tree City, USA. So for all these years, here's another thing that wasn't done. Again, I know we voted on it, and the then council voted to eliminate it. Why, for all these years, it's been still going on, who God only knows.
Anyone else? Okay, so discussion 2, Police Department's recommendations concerning fee increases.
Mayor, that's an overall ordinance review of where we can change those ordinances to start to bringing in the fees and schedule the fees to a more applicable level for 2025 and beyond.
And no, I like a lot of these increases. The only one, as we talk about, and it'll come up at a meeting, there was 3 things we spoke about changing for the permit parking. So, bless you. But anyway, we got to increase these fees, and some of them were very, very low. I had to get a RV parking permit a couple times, and it was $1. So, $5 isn't unreasonable. So,
And again, each ordinance will come with a schedule, with the ability to change that schedule by resolution. And
without having to pay to do another ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Boy, oh boy. And I never knew, you're saying it costs $600 each time? I don't know if my colleagues ever knew that, but I never knew.
No, can you I don't know what you're talking about. Can you?
Every time
Well, you have to advertise an ordinance.
Oh, okay.
So
geez.
again, a cost savings, by putting in there, you're saying you can change it by resolution in the future, we don't have to continue to pay for ordinance fees. Awesome.
Okay.
Can someone speak to, because I know there was recently a change in terms of how we advertise once Newark, once the Star Ledger went under, there was new legislation about how to publish resolutions, ordinances, RFPs, that bidding. Does anyone have an idea of how that works now?
I don't.
It's more out of the clerk's office whatever
I didn't
they're.
hear the question, I'm sorry.
So we were just talking about how, we're required to advertise an adopted ordinance in the paper, but there were changes made now that the Star Ledger is no longer a paper newspaper.
Right.
And I thought some of those changes were posting on our website and posting or setting up a link on the state website to make it accessible, and posting it, I think it was someplace else online, was now adequate for advertising.
March 2026 that starts.
So March of 2026.
Okay.
Another unfunded mandate.
Okay.
Well, it's going to cost us nothing to post it on our own website because we already have a website. And it's going to cost us nothing to send a link to the state because we already have access to the state. And so this actually winds up saving us $600 every ordinance as opposed to being an unfunded
No, it's a
mandate.
good thing. It just starts in next year.
Let's move on to council mail on 1, 2, or 3. Any questions?
Yes, can we speak a little bit about how the bond sale and the band sale went back on July 30th?
It went well. The premium, I believe, on the bonds was over $80,000, and the total interest costs were over expectations. So both bonds went very well. I do not have the actual memo from Joe. Maybe it's attached to the packet, but the Cliff Notes version or the layman version is we did well on both of the bond sales.
And then could we speak a little bit about Standard & Poor's rating and explain the downgrade?
I think that the interesting thing is what we all spoke about up through the evening, that everything in that report is within your control. So the two things that are dragging you down are the use of surplus and the introduction of your budgets. So if you're looking for a refinement of that report, start thinking about internal processes and the way you do things, and then the pressures will diminish and your ratings will go back up.
So I just want to point out that for 2 years, as I've been saying, the overuse of fund balance, the draining of trust funds, this is going to affect our credit rating, and was accused of scare tactics. We were actually downgraded, correct?
You are correct, Councilman.
Mayor,
Yes.
or you can go, Tony, and then I'll go.
I'm not going to drag the night along, but we had a very contentious, again, I was chastised years ago when I wanted to use, I think, an extra $500,000 of fund balance. And you, Councilman Kaloje, and the CFO and the administration chastised me, wrote letters, how reckless and irresponsible. And in May, we got into a very heated conversation, actually with Councilwoman Pino also, and I brought up how reckless and irresponsible it was that we wanted to use, I think it was 12.5 of our $14 million in fund balance. And it was crazy. And in our Standards & Poor's minor downgrade, it was a minor downgrade, I don't think it was a major one, but anyway, it was a downgrade. What did they say? Attempting to use $12.5 million of our $14 million in surplus.
Exactly, which is why I voted against it also. So let's not mislead the public about where that suggestion
Mayor.
came from. Came from previous administration.
Mayor?
Councilwoman?
Yeah, it's pretty funny because our auditors sat here, and that was my first question when we first talked about it, how this could hurt the rating. And they sat there and told us, no, they didn't think it could. And as far as budget introductions, the question should have been asked, and I don't know who was in this meeting with S&P, but I believe from now on, Gary, were you in it? Tom, were you in this meeting?
I was not.
Okay. How does a meeting happen without you?
Who was
in this meeting? I still can't get an answer.
The CFO, our auditors, and I believe somebody from Prism.
So, let me get this straight. Standard & Poor's came in here. They came here?
I don't know where the meeting took place.
Phone call. And the administration wasn't involved in the conversation? Legal or the city manager? Is that normal?
No, it's not normal. It's not normal.
Actually, it is normal.
Well,
Every
I don't
time I've
think it
worked
is.
in, it's usually the CFO, the financial advisor, and the auditors that participate in that because they have the greatest amount of detail.
I
towards
believe
the
it was
financial
my turn
information.
to speak, but I'll let everybody else go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I was just answering your question. It is normal.
maybe in the towns you work in, but then again, in one town you worked in, we introduced the budget in September, so, okay. Speaking of that,
And that
I looked at,
administrator's no longer with the
question that should have
town.
been asked to S&P was, did you lower everyone's rating who introduced their budget late? That's the question that should have been, and it should have been a follow-up, because my understanding that this was first given to us as a draft report. Did we have the ability to go back to them? And if not, why was it written as a draft report first? Which I didn't even know that. So again, till I was told. But somebody should have gone back to them and asked that question. And if we're talking about introduction and budget slates, let's set the record straight. 2019, introduction was May 7th, adoption June 5th. 2020, May 19th, adoption 6/16. 2021, May 4th, adoption 7/6. 22, introduced 4/19, adopted 5/18. 23 was May 16th, adopted in August 2nd, and 24 was 6/18, adopted in July 16th. So again, in the future, and this is a reason why next time when we go out for a bond rating, we don't just listen to somebody who says, well, we're just contacting S&P. We should have contacted the 3 rating agencies. Maybe we would have first got a better price for it, and second of all, they would have been hungry for our business.
And the price is generally the same. It's about $40,000 for every time you go out with the credit rating and an official statement. So you're right, we get some competition going, maybe we can get someone down to $35,000, but it is a expensive proposal to go through, and at the risk of sounding like I'm giving scare tactics, I'm fairly certain not adopting a budget is going to have a negative impact on our credit rating.
Okay, Kathleen, I think we have confidentials yet to go through, so.
You want to go into closed session again?
Motion for closed session.
Do I have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just make sure we're still on.
Whereas the municipal council interest to discuss in closed session as expressly permitted
Mike?
NJSA 10-4-12. The following subjects to be discussed are per the agenda and resolution: contracts, personnel matters, and litigation matters. Now therefore it be resolved, the public shall be excused and excluded from this portion of the council meeting to be held on August 6, 2025, at which time said subject will be discussed. Be it further resolved that this discussion held in such closed session can be disclosed to the public on or about the matters concluded.
Okay, could you make sure Mike has the...
Yes.
I think we got to close the meeting.
Princess, take care.
Hold on, we got to close.
Can I have a motion to close the session, please?
Make a motion.
Motion.
Chris, don't leave.
Chris, we need a motion to close. Chris, we need a motion to close.
The people hired you to do a job. They want to
Yeah,
leave.
people did hire
They want
you
quit
to
their
do
job
Just
tonight.
close
Don't
it.
Quit. Don't leave. But they hired you to stay and
How you
close the
do your
meeting.
job.
We're
Have
online.
an opinion.
And the people
All right,
with the
we're
BS
online.
are leaving, so it's going
We
to be
are
fine.
on live.
Second.
We're live. There you go.
We've been live.
Let the record reflect Councilwoman Sadracola and Councilman Latona had left the meeting early.
Okay, have a good night.
Is it closed?
Take care.
All right, we need a motion to adjourn.
Just shut us down, please.